Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:33 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with the quorum present. I do want to acknowledge that Trustee Toby Jackson is joining us virtually via Zoom. Thank you. Toby, can you hear me? Great.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. We will now move to our pledge, vision, and mission statements, which will be led today by Arlington Heights High School JROTC cadets.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Fort Worth ISD vision, igniting in every child a passion for learning.
Fort Worth ISD mission, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership.
I will now turn it over to Cesar Padilla for our recognitions tonight. Following the recognitions, the board will take a short recess to take pictures with the groups recognized tonight.
Good evening, President Martinez, Superintendent Dr. Karen Molinar, and trustees. Tonight, we have 7 groups to recognize. At this time, I invite all of you to please come down and greet our guests. Tonight, we recognize our greeters from the Arlington Heights High School JROTC. These exceptional students embody the spirit of leadership, commitment, and community service that is at the heart of the JROTC program. Please join me in thanking Seth Packbin, JC Martinez, Angelica Paz, Yesenia Moreno, and Aiden Bloxam. The program is led by Commander Lance Fisher, a retired U.S. Navy officer. Our next group is the Pascal High School girls basketball team. These athletes were the 7-5A district champions. With a district record of 11 wins and 1 loss, it is my pleasure to introduce head coach Shannon Brown.
With us this evening representing our team, we have Zanaya Ray, Audrina Bowers, Caroline Rose, Adeline Stultz, Addison Hinckley, Annie Parsons, Bella Zoll, Amelia Robbins, Kate Worth, Deani Wilson, and our assistant coaches, Erin Mateer, Ivy Beasley, and John Killow.
Feel free to walk out the grid. Congratulations to these dedicated students, athletes, and coaches on a great season. Our next group is the Arlington Heights High School schoolboys basketball team. These athletes were the 7-5A district champions and by-district champions, with an undefeated district record of 12 wins. Here with us tonight is head coach Aaron Mohammed.
Good evening. All right, I'd like to introduce our Arlington Heights boys basketball team for this season. First, you have senior Detrick Harris. You have senior Braylon Curran. You have senior DeMarcus Jones. You have junior Caden Grant. You have senior Eddie Gray. You have junior Edmund Gates. You have junior Dwayne Sterling. You have senior Jacob Odom. You have sophomore Brian Bowie. You have senior Jeremiah Galata. You have sophomore Jamorian Price. You have team manager Oscar. You have team manager Macy Connolly. Assistant coaches, Coach Chris Wrightington. Assistant coach Dylan Thomas. Assistant coach Pat Jones. And last but not least, assistant coach Senior Ramos. Thank you.
What an exceptional season. Congratulations to all of you. We're gonna go forward with our next group, which is the Southwest High School boys basketball team. These athletes were the A4A co-district champions with a district record of 11 wins and 1 loss. Here with us tonight is head coach Kelton Claiborne.
Good evening. We have a few of our players here tonight that I want to recognize. First, freshman Brendan Baker. Senior Raylan Carter. Sophomore Tevin Clayton. Senior Dakari Hudson. Senior Cordon Henderson. Junior Orion Silvestri. Freshman King Taylor. And my assistant coaches, who I could not do this without. First, Mark Benoit. And Coach Joseph Simmons. Again, thank you for having us tonight.
Congratulations to these hardworking student athletes and coaches. Our next recognition is the Benbrook Middle High School Wrestling State Qualifiers. With a 2024-2025 season record of 44 wins and 2 losses in their weight division, please help me congratulate our 5A state champion, Landry Wilkinson. With a 2024-2025 season record of 26 wins and 8 losses in their weight division, please help me congratulate 5A state qualifier Jacob Carpenter. Yeah, I have it. Yeah. Okay. Tonight we have also present Coach Wade Cripps and then Alex Corello. Let's give them a round of applause. Great job, Bobcats. All right, our next recognition is a South Hills High School wrestling state qualifier. A photo. Awesome. There you go. Our next recognition is a South Hills High School Wrestling State Qualifier with a 2024-2025 season record of 38 wins and 6 losses in their weight division. Please help me congratulate our 6th place winner in Class 5A, Holly Harp. Also here with us tonight is South Hills coach Patrick Calzada. Congratulations. Our next recognition is a Pasco High School Wrestling State Qualifier with a 2024-2025 season record of 29 wins and 10 losses in their weight division. Please help me congratulate our 5A state qualifier, Alejandra Castillo. Also here with us tonight, we have Pasco coach Matthew Hill. Congratulations. We have, wait, jump Papa. Yes. Unfortunately tonight, our girls basketball 8-4A district champions from Eastern Hills High School and our boys basketball 8-4A co-district champions from Eastern Hills High School could not be here tonight, but we still want to congratulate all of them, all the students athletes for their success in this season. So. And once again, congratulations to all of the student athletes recognized tonight. President Martinez, this concludes our recognitions for this evening.
thank you for joining us tonight. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda, as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, a recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. Tonight, no presentation may exceed 2 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the sidewall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker tonight is Jessica Morrison, followed by Emily Mund.
Good evening. Facilities planning affects every student in Fort Worth ISD, not just those in schools at risk of closure. With the district built for 95,000, but soon serving fewer than 65,000, we cannot afford to spread finite resources across half-empty buildings. With funding levels dependent on student enrollment, fewer students mean fewer dollars. And every dollar spent on underutilized campuses is a dollar not spent on academics, teachers, and student success. You have declared literacy as your #1 priority. Now is the time to prove it. The district's limited budget must focus on student achievement, not maintaining 2 small, underutilized schools. A right-sized district can better fund early literacy, teacher training, and strong academic programs. In the Pascal pyramid, a single middle school is the only way to ensure equity and prudent financial stewardship. Daggett Middle School, with just 117 students per grade, cannot match the programming at McLean, which serves 381 per grade. Despite 56% higher per student spending, Daggett lacks courses like French, Latin, choir, jazz band, orchestra, and on-campus geometry, along with many extracurriculars. Rezoning won't fix this disparity. Daggett's building and footprint constraints, declining in-zone student numbers, and the highest middle school transfer out rate in the district make rezoning an unrealistic solution. Adding a small number of students won't fix its challenges, but would increase costs. A single middle school ensures equal access, maximizes opportunities, and makes financial sense. I stand with the Lily B. Clayton PTA in support of option 3 for the Pascal Pyramid. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Emily Munt, followed by Vahisa Usuri.
Good evening. My name is Emily Munt, and I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent. I'm speaking tonight regarding the facilities master planning, specifically the proposed options for the Pascal Pyramid. I have 2 children at Lily B. Clayton and 1 at McLean 6th grade. I serve on the PTA executive boards of both schools. My comments tonight are in support of the single middle school option 3, consolidating McLean and Daggett middle schools, and in opposition to a rezone of Lily B. or any elementary school to Daggett Middle School. My reasons are as follows. First, the consolidation provides all students in the pyramid with access to a higher performing middle school. DMS is a struggling campus with a lack of programs due to physical constraints and outdated facilities. It currently has the highest transfer out rate of any middle school in the district at 33%. Due to its smaller footprint, DMS cannot be expanded. It therefore can never offer the same level of robust academic programming or enrichment as a larger school like McLean. However, by consolidating, all middle school students across the pyramid can enter Pascal on equal or more equal footing. Second, consolidating middle schools is more cost-effective. According to TEA data, the district spends thousands more per student at DMS than McLean, yet DMS students receive less, fewer resources, electives, and advanced academic classes on campus. A single middle school would create economies of scale and allow for a more efficient use of district resources by right-sizing and improving McLean and repurposing DMS. Finally, rezoning Lily B or any elementary school will not solve the district's enrollment problem, it accelerates it. Unfortunately, if Lily B is rezoned, the reality is that families in our community will seek other middle school options, and the trickle-down effect is a negative impact to our thriving neighborhood elementary school, Sweet Lily B. The single middle school option is the most equitable, efficient, and forward-thinking solution for the Paschal Pyramid. I urge you to support option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Fahisa Usuri, followed by Scott Blanco Davis.
Hi, I'm a parent of 2 kids at North High Mount. Our North High Mount team independently reviewed HPM's analysis found in the State of Schools Facilities Report. What we found raises serious concerns about objectivity and fairness in this process. There is no clear methodology for how the factors discussed in the report were weighed. In decision-making, multiple variables require assigned weights to ensure objectivity. Otherwise, criteria are applied selectively, disproportionately impacting some schools. What does Fort Worth ISD prioritize? Is it enrollment, utilization, academic success? These values must be clearly defined and consistently applied. For example, North High Mount is a B-rated, soon-to-be A-rated school, operating at 160% capacity, yet it's on the closure list, while larger, underutilized schools remain open. If efficiency is the goal, why close a school that is full? The 550 student enrollment benchmark has no basis in Fort Worth ISD's history. Only 7 elementary schools meet this number, and just 1 is A-rated. In reality, top-performing schools average around 400 students. North High Mount, one of them, sits at 384. Facility condition scores are also misleading. Repair costs exist whether a school stays open or not, so this metric alone cannot justify closures. The educational adequacy score is deeply flawed, including factors like carpool lanes and extra gyms, features that don't reflect the quality of education inside the classroom, nor that us as parents care about. Financial data is missing. We need transparency on which schools operate in the black versus the red. North High Mount has only used 55% of its budget as of March 11th, suggesting it may operate in the black, contradicting claims that small campuses all lose money. We also cannot forget about the people, the admin, teachers, staff make a school great. Strong community support makes it even better. We have that at North High Mount. We urge the board to utilize a weighted framework that prioritizes student success and educational outcomes. Our children's education should not be subject to arbitrary decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Blanco Davis, followed by Jose Lopez.
Good afternoon, Board, Superintendent. It's a pleasure to be here. Like I said before, I don't envy y'all on the facilities, so I'm going to talk about something else. Professional respect and retaining your professional staff. Earlier this year, I talked about a department that didn't like the questions the teacher posed, and those teachers were told they need to be retrained. Now I'm going to bring you forward a little bit, and you did a great job of announcing 4 teachers that just had amazing gains. One of those teachers they said needed to be retrained was on that list. At this point, they sent somebody out to smooth the water, but no one ever took the professional responsibility to go back to this teacher and say, we were wrong, we need to answer those questions. This is something that I've been watching since 1991. I keep hearing this phrase, shut your door, do what's right. Shut your door, teach the way you know how to. Shut your door, do it the way it's been working. No teacher should have to shut their door and be embarrassed for doing a good job just because someone paid for a program that doesn't fit their kids. No teacher should ever have to shut their door and wonder who's going to come check if they're on the right day, at the right time, on the right script. That's why you're losing people. They're having to shut their door and they can't be proud of the job they're doing until it shows up here on one of your boards. That needs to change, and I think this administration will do it. I have high hopes that we're going to move into accepting the diversity of teachers the way we accept the diversity of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Lopez, followed by Zach Leonard.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Dr. Molinar. My name is Jose Lopez, and I'm here as a concerned parent of a Fort Worth student who rides the school bus daily, and also as an employee of the transportation department as a mechanic for the last 7 years. 2 years ago, I approached Dr. Rodriguez in a social event, community event, letting her know my concerns about the maintenance of the school buses. A couple of days later, our supervisors tried to put a Band-Aid on the situation by hiring outside contractors. This was costing the district 3 times more of having our own mechanics. You only solved the problem for a few moments. And it also make look us like we weren't doing our jobs. As we have previously told the last 3 transportation directors, we need more mechanics. 7 years ago, we had 20 mechanics working for us. Right now, we're only 2. For a fleet of more than 300 buses, it's impossible to keep it up, everything going perfectly. And it's a big concern. I'm here to ask some questions that the immediate supervisors cannot answer. Why are you willing to spend millions of dollars on a private contractor taking over the shop? And why is it happening? We know the answers. We keep hearing about how the district promotes the idea of transparency with anything involving employees, but this doesn't make any sense at all. Why pay a contractor for a job that a full ISD employee already is being paid for? Is there somebody already on the full ISD responsible to making these kind of decisions? And the main question that no one has been able to answer for me is like, why the employees in the shop haven't kept informed of what's going on? I hope to get some clarification soon.
Thank you. Zach Leonard, followed by Sabrina Ball.
Good evening. My name is Zach Leonard, and I am a parent in the North High Mount Elementary and also the Arlington Heights Pyramid. I have a child in Arlington Heights in 10th grade. I have a son at Stripling Middle School and a daughter in 3rd grade at North High Mount Elementary School. I've served for the last 6 years on the executive board of the PTA of North High Mount, and I'm past president. I'd like to talk to you today about the school closure options for North High Mount. I've spoken to many of you already, and we appreciate the continued open lines of communication with the North High Mount families over the past month. I want to formally invite all of you to please tour the school if you're considering closure. Walk the campus with myself, with our wonderful principal, Ms. Armstrong, or Mr. Sweeney, our AP, and just get a chance to see the beautiful architecture and the amazing students and teachers we have there. We truly believe that we should be on the list for investment in the next bond over the next couple years to build upon our campus and focus on an annex that will improve the safety of our campus with a new front door and the ER portables. We're in the cultural district, and we're looking for options to grow. One of those options could be partnerships with arts and music in the museum district. We could look into STEAM as an option for Magnet, or we can lean into our wildly successful dual language programming. These are just a few options that I've asked and solicited feedback from the staff at North High Mount. Furthermore, as we've discussed before, the data clearly supports North High Mount. As Vahisa said, we have utilization of 160%, TEA scores at B and at 80, and transfer demand at 57%. The metrics and the data support North High Mount staying open, and we ask that you remove North High Mount from closure options. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina Ball, followed by Ashley Tolliver.
Please consider adopting the proposals submitted regarding immigration enforcement on campus. People are afraid for good reason. There seems to be something about rooms like these that insulate governing members from reality. Things happening outside these walls don't affect what happens in the classroom. Sometimes it's that a problem never happened. On the 11th, I went down to Austin to testify against the voucher bill and heard 20 hours of alternate reality where everyone was pretending like we would continue to get support from the Department of Education as I was getting alerts on my phone telling me otherwise. Looking at this instructional redesign, it's more alternate reality. In 2022, you threw out the Fontes and Pinnell curriculum. Those kids are now in secondary. How will this address their needs? The things they didn't learn from 3Qing. A child who struggles to read often struggles with behavior because it can be really frustrating to receive assignments you don't understand. And this appears to suggest more testing. Some students are taking 40 standardized tests in a year. In what reality is that helpful? How many of those are required and how much does it cost? Will the kids that get a coupon with our tax dollars for private school take 40 standardized tests in a year? Doubtful. The TIA program, this state and school districts continue to lay the blame at the feet of teachers. Not all teachers are perfect, but my kids have had some great teachers. The best ones are the ones that had time to sit with my kids and really teach them, not in front of a screen. I see this as tied to legislation. What's the alternative? Because the Texas Ledge and the DOE are a mess, yet you're leaning into it. I like the language in the redesign. Student-centered learning sounds great, but to me, it should read, cut testing in half and boost instructional time. Spend more time with the kids. I see you know tutoring works. We're gonna need it. I get what you're doing here, but I'm asking you to start living in reality, the one we see on the news every day. Start reflecting reality in what you show us.
Thank you.
So that we know we're in this together.
Thank you. Ashley Tolliver, followed by Bob Wilby.
Good evening, Superintendent Molinar and trustee board members. My name is Ashley Tolliver, a mother and an organizer with Parent Shield Fort Worth. Last week, I had the privilege to speak at the Texas State Capitol on behalf of the parents we serve throughout Fort Worth ISD about House Bill 123. This critical legislation provides districts with a clear roadmap of steps to take to improve early literacy outcomes for students right here in Fort Worth. We shouldn't have to wait for legislators in Austin to require our district to do what is right. Several other districts across the state, such as Richardson ISD, has already adopted some of these policies outlined in the legislation already. And I did provide a brief summary to the lady in the back, so you should be receiving that shortly. I have provided you with these details of this new law. It requires new literacy and numeracy screeners, stronger intervention, teacher supports, and additional funding that will ensure that schools and parents can work together to address this literacy crisis. At Parent Shield, we hear from parents who have seen their children make huge strides because of early intervention. We know our children thrive when given the right resources, but too many families don't have access to these resources. We've also seen what happens when these supports are not in place. Children will continue to struggle, and their confidence in their own ability to learn starts to fade. As a parent advocate, I want to highlight a few key lessons. Early literacy intervention works. Data is critical. Ongoing support is necessary. Every child in Fort Worth deserves the opportunity to learn to read proficiently, and every parent deserves to know their child is progressing. On behalf of Parent Shield and families across Fort Worth, I urge you to support items within HB 123. Please don't wait. Our children need it, and we cannot continue to raise generations of children that are not passing grade level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bob Willoughby, followed by Robert Munoz.
We're going to make this quick, don't we? Okay. I've got a suit against the school because your application or your department made a mistake. 18 days later, they pulled the school up from under me. It cost me $1,000. The school made the mistake. Now you're spending a lot of money not to uphold that state. I've been to court twice now. I can't believe this. We just went to court Monday. They said, oh, we made a mistake. We don't got a jury trial for you again. This time y'all sent 2 lawyers over. It's costing more in lawyer fees than to settle with me and take responsibility for your mistake you made. What you're saying is when we make a mistake, we don't want to take responsibility for it. You have to, and it's cost me $1,000. Now we got to go to court again. I think there's something wrong in the court system here too. It's not right. Something's wrong. But you know what? I've got a better question, a better way to handle all this now. My local voter education program, we have a studio now, and we're shooting videos. And you go to my website, you can see the videos of the people I'm interviewing, you know, the city and people like you. And Roxanne, if you would have just answered a call, I'd never be going to court. You didn't have the respect to even call me about the issue or return a phone call. No respect. That's why I had to go to court. You wouldn't answer. Here's another one for you. I'll give $200 to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. That's terminally ill kids, okay? $200 to them if you'll come in the studio and take 5 questions, okay? 5 questions. That's your job. And if you can't do that, you don't need to be sitting there. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Munoz is going to be followed by Robert Rogers.
Good afternoon, members of the school board. My name is Robert Munoz. I'm an active parent and volunteer of a student that attends Nathan Howell Elementary School. I urge you to oppose the school closures of small neighborhood schools that are vital to the children and to this community. I want to emphasize my concern about the closure of Nathan Howell Elementary, a school that has existed since 1942. Nathan Howell offers a safe, fun learning environment that is all-inclusive to people from any background. Children learn to model respect, ownership, attitude, and responsibility with peers and interactions with the school community. Taking away this wonderful learning environment from the people of this community does not seem just. As a parent that has had my student there for 5 years, I can say I'm 100% satisfied when I drop my child off every morning. I know that he will be safe and taught properly. I fully intend to keep my child there for the last year of his elementary days. Thank you for spending the time to listen, and thank you for not closing the school next year. The children and parents of Nathan Howell are counting on you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Rogers will be followed by Natalie Norton.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar and trustees. It's good to see you. First, let me thank you for your focus on literacy. I appreciate the energy that is present and hope to see good outcomes. I'd like to tell you a story about actually a school in Missouri. In the spring of 2015, Angie Hanlon took her first job as a principal at Matthews Elementary School. This school is like many schools in the Fort Worth ISD. 100% of the students were qualified for free or reduced lunch. And like many schools in our district, fewer than 15% of the students in the school were reading at grade level. This brand new principal, Angie, knew she needed help. She reached out to a consultant she had met at a literacy meeting, Patty Montgomery, and the two of them working together, by the end of 2019, we're talking about 3.5 years later, had 95% of their students reading at grade level. 70% were at mastery. Now, I'm telling you this story because I'm not convinced that anyone in our district understands that this kind of performance is possible. I think that our standards are based on our past performance. I've been in many meetings in this room and in the old room where we celebrated 2 or 3 or 4% gains. And if you project that out, that's just not going to be successful. So I wonder if anyone in the district actually has the experience and knowledge that these very rapid gains can be made. It is possible to do it. Other places can do it. I think we can do it. But I do think as we consider the budget for this year, that we need to be thinking about, do we need to gain this expertise to help us with the literacy gains we want to make? Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Norton will be followed by Ken Cole.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to express my concerns regarding Fort Worth ISD's consideration of the TEA's Bluebonnet curriculum for kindergarten through 5th grade, specifically for reading and math. The ACLU issued a letter in January expressing serious concerns about the Bluebonnet reading language arts curriculum's potential to impose state-sponsored religious beliefs on Texas students, thereby violating their First Amendment rights. There are also concerns about the whitewashing of America's history of slavery and racism. I'm concerned that the district may proceed with the adoption of the curriculum in May, despite the potential constitutional issues highlighted by the ACLU. I believe it is crucial that Fort Worth ISD carefully considers the potential legal and ethical implications of adopting a curriculum that may violate the separation of church and state and not teach American and world history with fidelity and honesty. I'm extremely concerned that the speed of the decision might not allow for the proper vetting of the curriculum, and the resulting adoption of this material would be a terrible infringement on our students' First Amendment rights. I also fear the speedy nature of the review process and resulting vote violate the district's renewed pledge to transparency, especially after the backlash you received concerning the release of the facilities plan. I'm sure some of the people in this room aren't even aware that the board plans to vote between the Bluebonnet curriculum and what we currently use, Amplify, in May. A decision like this one, one that threatens the constitutional safety of each and every Fort Worth ISD student, should not be made hastily. I know parents and community members, regardless of their personal faiths, would have liked to have a chance to have their voices heard before the board votes to potentially infringe upon our students' First Amendment rights. Thanks.
Thank you. Ken Cole, followed by Gail Smith.
Good evening, y'all. I'd like to thank you all for the hard work you've done in adopting a strategic plan for this district, in adopting student outcome goals for this district, and for hiring a superintendent that is focused on student outcomes, that is transparent and honest with our community. Following that thank you, I'd like to make a request, and that is that you align the 25-26 budget with those outcomes and goals and priorities that you've set, with literacy as priority number one. I'm sure a lot of you have heard the definition of insanity phrased as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. If we spend the same amount over and over again on literacy and student outcomes, I think that we can expect the same result. I know that this means hard decisions. Anytime a budget has to be changed from what's been done for a long period of time, hard decisions need to be made. But I ask you, is that as hard a decision as sitting there and selecting which of our students in Fort Worth ISD are going to leave school unable to read? If you had to choose those kids that were not going to be able to read, is that as hard as making some tough budget choices? I hope you can see how hard that would be. And that's what we're doing if we don't make those hard decisions. Dr. Molinar is starting the process with her reduction in force resolution tonight. You need to support the hard decisions that she makes for our budget. And honestly, I'm optimistic for us. Despite my request, the reason I'm here is because I see an opportunity. This is an inflection point for Fort Worth ISD. You've set the goals, you've named literacy as a priority. Now you're going to adopt a budget that aligns with those priorities. And I think our trajectory will be something that will not just be impressive in the state of Texas, but even nationwide with the potential that we have, with the leadership that we have for this district. So please reflect that in the budget and make it happen. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Gail Smith, followed by Carolyn James.
Good evening, everyone. I haven't been here for a little while. The last time I came here, I talked to you guys about voting on a comprehensive sex ed curriculum. And I'm disheartened to find out that even though we had a temporary win with that one and you guys voted for the abstinence-based, curriculum like we asked you to. There's some horrible things in the library, and if you guys are not aware, I mean, unfortunately, I don't even want to read this stuff, and I had everything that I was going to say, but this room is full of children, the same children that I came here to protect. And so I would implore you to read these books. When it talks about explicit rape, I mean, I can hand this stuff to you guys. It's explicit rape. It's kids using heroin with adults and being raped. This is what is in our kids' school. Sounds pretty comprehensive to me. And I would appreciate it if we could do something to handle this. Thank you.
Carolyn James, followed by Annette Criviero.
Hello, my name is Caroline James, and I'm here to talk to you about identifying and serving students with dyslexia. You may remember his story, Andrew's story. In 5th grade, I moved Andrew from Fort Worth ISD to Key School. Andrew was struggling, he hated school, and he couldn't read. He'd been tested twice, and we still had no answers and no progress. I knew he needed something different. We made a big financial sacrifice as a family when we moved Andrew to a private school, but that's what you do when you make one thing the priority. Andrew made progress at Key School, but it wasn't until the diagnostician dug deeper that we got answers. She suspected that they had missed a diagnosis of dyslexia. You see, dyslexia looks like a pattern of strengths and weaknesses. Why was this seemingly intelligent student who could have thoughtful conversations not able to read, not able to decode words? Our diagnostician did testing of her own and confirmed a diagnosis of dyslexia, and they started intervention immediately. Andrew's now been working with an academic language therapist for about 2 years. With therapy, he is reading confidently and for fun. He enjoys his classes and actively participates. He will graduate and he will go to college. Yes, it works that quickly. We know how to serve students with dyslexia. We just have to make it a priority. Last year, Fort Worth ISD budgeted $9 million for dyslexia services. They identified 4,000 students with dyslexia. Statistically speaking, it should have been 14,000. What are you as trustees going to do to budget for the students in your district who have dyslexia and are sitting in a classroom, lost, unable to read? I was Andrew's voice. You are their voice. Andrew was featured in an article not too long ago, and I brought you each a copy in case you missed it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Annette Criviero. I'm not sure if I say that right. Followed by Heather Toksdorf.
Hello, my name is Annette Crivellaro. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent, PTA member, and a proud licensed social worker. Respectfully, I have witnessed Dr. Molinar address the school board's use of the term equity, representing allocation of resources distributed to schools across the district. Please correct me if I'm wrong. The term equity that I'm utilizing here is to address the disparities in marginalized communities who have been historically excluded from involvement in different ways. Research in various academic articles have publicly and repeatedly shown majority Black and Latin schools are drastically overrepresented for schools slated for closure. What's not been publicly addressed is the roster for Fort Worth's ISD Steering Committee, which has been a major driving force in the master plans for school closures and resource allocation. Ms. Spencer, although you have argued this before, it has been confirmed that we have not had fair and equitable representation by Decibella Elementary parent on that committee, even though there were highly qualified applicants. And I'm willing to guess that other schools slated for closure have not had equitable representation in the steering committee as well. Beyond that, I'm also asking the school board to be transparent about the selection process and determinants for the presumably small group in charge of making such impactful decisions, and share the findings publicly. I'm also I'm also asking the district to conduct an equity analysis or an audit by race, parent income, disability, and English learner status for the school district schools that are at risk for closure, and to share that publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Tolksdorf, followed by Randy Jordan.
We are practicing our civic engagement.
Cuide vuestra escuela. Ayuda a nuestra escuela.
I'm here to speak to you tonight, alongside my daughters, about the potential closure of Days of Allah. This A-rated Fort Worth ISD school serves 80% economically disadvantaged students, and yet it's slated for closure based on your facilities plan. I'll say it every time I attend. Days of Allah should be a blueprint for success in Fort Worth ISD, not a target for closure. The Days of Allah community had the opportunity to meet with the superintendent earlier this month at the school. We thank you for your time, and we were asked to work as a community to increase enrollment. We had a simple ask in return: give us hope. Provide us with one option that doesn't include closing Days of Allah. When I attend these events and speak to people in the community, folks are baffled that the facilities plan that you've presented to us does not consider or factor the ratings of schools. Let me repeat, the plan does not consider student achievement in a district in desperate need of student achievement. Today, we have a facilities plan that fails to account for the impact that these decisions will have on the lives of students in greatest need of equity. I ask this board and superintendent now to give the community options for keeping Days of Allah open. A school that has a 94% daily attendance rate, a school that serves an economically disadvantaged population, and a school that is A-rated, supporting literacy, academic outcomes, and defying the odds across all of Texas.
Thank you. Randy Jordan is next, followed by Dallas McKay.
Board members, I'm here addressing the fact there's still, as I understand it, pornographic material in Fort Worth ISD. When I was a child, I was reading a book and I heard the word God deleted tanks. It was a military book. And I stared at that word and repeated it over and over and over, and it became a part of me. I don't know of anyone that has come up with a beneficial result from pornography, unless you're grooming children for rape or something like that. I have friends of mine going through divorce. Pornography was a factor. Some of the children are affected, sickness, nightmares, so on and so forth. Any objective study of American history will reveal to you this country was founded on biblical principles. Obviously, I don't have time to go into all of that. But that works. Loving God, enjoying His presence, treat people like you want to be treated. Pornography is demonic. I know that from personal experience. I saw one of them, bisexual. That's where that stuff comes from. If you allow that in the libraries, the kids that get a hold of that, and some of them will never recover. It'll stay with them from now on. It'll bring a curse on them. It'll bring a judgment on whoever allows that in the schools. I urge you to cleanse these schools. Thank you.
Dallas McKay, followed by Ann Christian.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
My name is Dallas Mackey, and I am the mother of 3 grown children, one of which is dyslexic. Excuse me, my voice is going. I'm going to skip to the chase and go right to the heart of my message. I have 2 young grandchildren, and dyslexia is highly genetic. If a child with one parent has dyslexia, with one parent with dyslexia, their chance of having dyslexia is 30 to 60%. I need to know for my grandchildren that the Fort Worth ISD is capable of identifying and teaching children with dyslexia at an early age. I need to feel confident that this is a safe place for a child with dyslexia to learn. Reading is the most basic skill and the most important foundation that every child needs to be able to learn and excel. Every child should be given the opportunity to learn to read. Every child. We know what needs to be done, and we know how to do it. What are we waiting for? Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Christian will be followed by Melanie Watson.
Good evening. My name is Ann Christian. I'm a certified academic language therapist and have been in practice for over 30 years. I have the privilege of working with children who face unique challenges with reading, writing, and spelling due to dyslexia and other processing issues. One of my students, Andrew James, serves as an inspiring example of what targeted language therapy and a phonics-based curriculum can achieve. Since he began working with me last spring, excuse me, Andrew has made incredible strides in just a few short months in the spring, and since September, his reading accuracy and fluency have progressed by 6th grade levels. Today, his skills are almost on 10th grade level. Beyond his academic growth, Andrew's self-confidence has blossomed. He now enjoys reading at home and participates in class by reading aloud. This is a testament to his hard work and the impact of phonics-based Orton-Gillingham-related curriculum and language therapy can have in building reading skills. Andrew's story is a shining example of how critical and transformative these services are. If schools can provide similar support by training teachers and equipping them with the necessary resources, imagine the academic progress and improved quality of learning that could be achieved for many students. As dedicated board members, I urge you to show your dedication and make the critical decision to allocate sufficient funds to make this a reality for all students in the Fort Worth ISD who need these resources. Together, we can ensure that every student is given the opportunity to thrive, just like Andrew has. Thank you for your time and your dedication to supporting our students.
Thank you. Melanie Watson, followed by Rudy Flores.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. My name is Melanie Watson, and I'm a mother, first and foremost. And second, I'm an advocate for children, and I work with Trinace and Parent Shield. I'm here today because we had a meeting, and Trinace asked us, she said, how do y'all feel about the 35% that are reading on grade level? And several of us was like, okay, it's good, it's better than 0. And she turned around and she said, but what if your child was part of the 65%? And I thought about it, and I said, wow, I would be really upset because my child was part of the 65%, and I fought like heck to make sure that my baby got what she needed. I'm here tonight because We know that high dosage intervention works. It's been proven. We have the paperwork. I have a personal testimony, and my dyslexic daughter that was 2 grade levels behind and would cry whenever I would ask her to read a sentence because she didn't know how, but she had been passed to the 4th grade. I admonish y'all and I thank y'all, especially those that go out in the community and listen to what the parents have to say and know exactly what we need and are doing their best. And I thank Superintendent Molinar because she has been here and she has been listening. But I need you as board members to make sure that we have, for the 25-26 school year, allocated funds that we need for not only high dosage intervention, but all of the other programs that are proven to work for our children. We don't have 3 years. My baby will be in the 8th grade, and I want her to stand up and be confident enough to say, I can read.
Thank you. Rudy Flores is next, followed by Mary Spradlin.
Whew, the tea is hot in here. But a lot of love in here. I think a lot of people care about what's going on here. Good evening, President Martinez. I am a product of Riverside, and so Riverside. And trustees, thank you so much for being here. And Superintendent Molinar, I'm super excited to meet you and see you here. My name is Rudy Flores. I'm a proud product of Fort Worth ISD, here representing Breakthrough Fort Worth. I was the first in my family to graduate from college in 2010, and my parents were immigrants from El Salvador. I'm here to speak on behalf of the organization called Breakthrough Fort Worth, an organization that's partnered with Fort Worth ISD for 30 years to create life-changing and educational opportunities for students and families. Breakthrough is more than just a program. It is a community that believes in hard work, dedication, and joy in learning. We work outside of the traditional academic calendars, after school, on Saturday, and during the summer, ensuring that our students remain engaged and on the path to college success, much like myself, Karen Benitez, Nicole Masole, Dr. Trevon Jones, all products of our program. Our students commit to a 6-year journey beginning in 6th and 7th grade with the ultimate goal of going into college and attaining a degree. One of our proudest achievements is their success in combating summer slide. While students lose a third of their learning during the summer, at Breakthrough, scholars gain an average of 20 to 25% of growth in reading and in math, a testament to our determination and effectiveness in our program, taking math, science, reading, and reading, and writing, along with 2 hours of homework every night during the summer. This is something that they choose to do. I am here to invite highly motivated students and families from across Fort Worth ISD and your districts to apply. We still have positions available for all our students, and we're ready to invest in the future of academic success and leadership and personal growth. Applications are open, and it is completely free. In the words of my friend Aaron Lowe, if it's free, it's for me. We provide transportation to and from. It's for hardworking families that don't have any other access to education and programming during the summer. Thank you so much. I have brochures available here with our Executive Director, Joseph Friedlove, and I yield my time. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Mary Spradlin, followed by George Thomas.
Hello, my name is Reverend Mary Spradlin. I'm the senior pastor at Arlington Heights United Methodist Church and a member of Pastors for Texas Children. At the end of January, our church hosted the Fort Worth ISD middle school choirs for an event that was designed to help them prepare for upcoming UIL competitions. Literally every single middle school student in the Fort Worth ISD who participates in UIL choir came to our building during 4 days of that week. These students entered our building during a workday, walked through our space to different locations for concert and sight reading experiences, waited in common areas respectfully while waiting for their turn to perform, and spent additional time on our property while they waited for buses or parents to pick them up. I think anyone would believe that this volume of hundreds of middle school kids traveling through the building could be disruptive to a workday. But I came here tonight to say a word of commendation to Dr. Ruben Alcala and Don DeVue of the Fort Worth ISD for their organization of this event and for the choir directors at our 22 middle schools. They brought their students into our building prepared to be respectful, attentive, and well-behaved, and these students did not disappoint. This is the second year that our church has provided space for this event, and we have been impressed both years with these outstanding students. Thank you, members of the board and Superintendent Molinar, for your support of arts programs in the Fort Worth ISD. These programs give our kids amazing opportunities to succeed, and our kids are more than able to rise to the occasion. Sadly, today we hear so much about what is wrong with our schools, way more than what is right. Tonight, I want to invite you to join with me in celebrating our kids, their teachers, and the administrators who care passionately for their success. Thank you.
George Thomas, followed by Chris Davidson.
Good evening. All right, good evening. My name is George Thomas, and I am a 35-year employee for Fort Worth ISD. I do have some concerns about staffing levels for the mechanic shop. As we heard earlier, that we are now down to 2 mechanics. 30 years ago when I started, we ran 3 shifts with about 28 mechanics. Now we're down to 2 for over 300 buses. Somewhere, no one kept an eye on that. Question was always asked to the higher ups, is the board aware? And we was always told, yes, the board knows. I didn't believe that. So, where you guys were? Evidently not. Not trying to be accusatory, but it just don't make sense. Because if you were, it seemed like you guys would have came out and found out for yourselves, observed for yourselves. We now have stated for a student coming out to possibly take over, but you're gonna spend millions of dollars when it's unnecessary, when we can do it in-house. Number one, we can do it by raising wages. We've had 5 mechanics leave for other districts because of low wages. Also, I'd like to say, if you guys would postpone, do not vote on this contract tonight, postpone it, please, thank you.
Thank you. Chris Davidson, followed by Trinace Dorsey Hollins.
Hello, I'm Chris Davidson, and I'd just like to say congratulations, Dr. Molinar, for your new position as our superintendent. I believe with your background, you can lead us into the future. And along with that, I'd like to say thank you for the privilege of working for the Fort Worth ISD. I've been here 21 years as an assistant foreman over bus maintenance, as my colleague was talking about. And I also want to thank you for giving up on us. As he said, we had over 20 mechanics back in 2004. We've steadily lost them. Thank you for bringing in a company that you are willing to pay some $4 million a year to run and oversee this department, when you could have simply invested your money back into your employees, the district, and the taxpayers of the city by raising salaries and hiring qualified people. We were also approached by several of our long-term vendors saying that they would be more than happy to position their mechanics to work under our control for the district till we got our employment back up. When I started here in 2004, we had over 20 mechanics at every level, did 90% of the repairs in-house, except for body work. I started complaining to my managers back in 2011 that the salaries were not keeping up with times. Nothing could be done, is what I was told. I repeated this to Dr. Colburn again in 2022 and again in 2023 to all 3 directors, that we were losing mechanics and not replacing them with the quality we needed. All I heard from these 4 gentlemen were, we're more than comparable to every other district. Now we are down to 2 mechanics and are being taken over by a company that wants to make money. Where are the checks and balances for the district, such as a liaison person to oversee their estimates on the cost of repairs? I would think that the district.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you.
Trinace Dorsey Hollins will be followed by Stephanie McCartney.
I want to start off by just saying thank you for even looking and considering the redesign. Thank you for thinking outside of the box on how we can use the funds we have inside to positively impact our children. Literacy is the top priority, and increasing all hands on deck, especially when focused on literacy, is critical, and our children cannot continue to wait. I am eager to hear how the redesign updates will be shared with parents and the communities to ensure that they are actually working. We need the board to support this. While the demo teachers will work directly with with third grade and up, we must not forget our K-2 students, as those are the fundamental grades. With a huge and much needed commitment to make literacy the #1 priority, right now is our chance not only to put our money where our mouth is, but really move the needle for Fort Worth ISD. Black children are dying. Kindergarten babies are being murdered. Yeah, babies. Literally right in our own neighborhood, never getting the opportunity to graduate college. We have the chance right now to not only craft this, but make a huge change for our children in our community. While crafting and approving the budget, please consider to truly move money that's allocated to advance our children's reading scores. Black and brown babies are dying. Black men are filling prisons illiterate and with undiagnosed dyslexia. It starts here. It starts now. Literacy is freedom. I also just want to stress, like, while other schools want to have special programs for their kids, we just want our babies to read. So if we can focus on that, that'll be a start.
Thank you. Stephanie McCartney will be followed by Christian Alvarez.
Good afternoon, trustees and Dr. Molinar. My name is Stephanie McCartney. I am an alumni of Fort Worth ISD, and I have 2 children who attend Paschal. Usually when I come up here, I kind of hold y'all's feet to the fire, but tonight I wanted to say good things. My son Logan had surgery in February, and 2 Paschal cheerleaders, I will cry because this is so sweet, showed up at our house to visit with him and make sure he was doing well after surgery. They did not have to do that, but it goes to speak so much to the culture at Paschal High School, both from the principal on down, that 2 cheerleaders would show up at a special education student's house just to make sure he was doing okay. And I just really want to say, Claire Kennemer and Maggie Mullins, y'all are awesome people, and I just appreciate the kindness and the compassion that was shown to my child. And I just wanted to share a great thing that happened, since usually I come up here and complain. So just wanted to say something really good that happened. Thank y'all so much for your time.
Thank you. Christian Alvarez will be followed by Bonnie Wallace.
Hello, good evening, board. Congratulations, Dr. Molinar, for being our new superintendent. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm here as a parent of the Zavala, and I would like to make this a public statement that back in March 5th, we had a very positive community meeting at the Zavala auditorium with Dr. Molinar and Mrs. Spencer, and we discussed and answered questions our concerned parents and community had about the future of our grade A school. This was very helpful because it established the beginnings of a healthy communication between us and the district. Dr. Molinar, I remember you told us there, we are listening, we are meeting with you and stand beside you. Work with us, not against us. That very much resonated with me. So, we really believe that there is a demand for a dual language program of choice in the district, and we plan on finding solutions and improving it. So, as a group, as parents, we will be asking a lot of our supportive PTA and parents that work full-time to get as much resources together to propose a better option for the Zavala's closure. Also, as another parent mentioned tonight, and we discussed that evening as well, I would like to task the district, the ISD, with, as we discussed, that for them to, for you guys to provide us with an option, a fourth option, because all three options show the Zavala closing and the Pascal Pyramid. So maybe coming up with another alternative for us. I think we created a narrative where the IC can work together with its community of parents and students. I truly hope with all of our efforts together, we can provide a fruitful solution for the future of our schools. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Bonnie Wallace, followed by Melinda Akowski.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to talk about bad books in your libraries. The FCC monitors network television between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. for profane and indecent content. They do that between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. because a child might be present. We know that children are present every day in your school libraries. And so despite that, you have hundreds of filthy books in your library, hundreds of filthy books, including dozens that are prohibited to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. So prisoners in Texas prisons cannot have access to dozens of books that you have on your shelves, books about rape, incest, sex with animals, sex with dead bodies. You have them all in your high schools and some of your junior highs. And so I was going to read, but I'm not going to. I will pass these out because I brought extras. When we send children out into the world addicted to pornography, they will never have a normal sexual relationship again. And so you obviously love what you're doing. It's obvious the children are your main priority. And so I'm asking you please to check your libraries. You have really bad books in your library, very harmful, that are raping the minds of the children. And so you must do better. Why are the minds of hardened criminals in Texas better protected than the minors in Fort Worth ISD? Thank you.
Melinda Akowski will be followed by Eric Crowell.
In December of last year, this board adopted a book policy that stated any book that is in violation of Penal Code 4324 and 4321 would be prohibited from being included in our school libraries. Penal Code 4324 references harmful material, and Penal Code 4321 is in reference to material that is pervasively vulgar or educationally unsuitable. Tonight, we had many speakers that signed up to read passages from pornographic books that we found in our school libraries. However, their convictions would not allow them to read from the books because of the children in the room. They used wisdom and sought to put the protection of the kids over any plans we had. We are here to ask that you give that same consideration to all of our kids. No child should be subjected to the vulgar and obscene pornographic material that is in these books. We have found more than 100 books in the Fort Worth ISD libraries that we believe are in violation of your recently adopted library policy. Many of these books are prohibited in our prison systems, but yet you are allowing them in our children's schools. I honestly have a hard time believing that any of you would be okay with your children or grandchildren reading any of these books. And if that is true, then why are you okay with other people's children being exposed to this harmful material? My prayer is that you would search your heart and choose to protect all kids from this harmful material. I leave you with a scripture that the Lord has been challenging me with and is the reason that I cannot stay silent knowing that this harmful material is in our school libraries. James 4:17 says, "So whoever knows the right thing to do and fails to do it, for him it is sin." You know the right thing to do. I'm asking that you look at your books in the library. We have the books, we have lists if you want to see what we found. If any of you are interested in doing the right thing, we would love to meet with you.
Thank you. Eric Crowell will be followed by Kelly Moreno.
Board, Dr. Muller, good evening. My name is Eric Crowell. I spoke to you a few times last year regarding an appointment to the TAD board. Tonight, I want to speak to you about the TAD board meeting on March 12th, but I not only want to speak to you, I want to speak to the citizens here in attendance as well. As I'm sure you're aware, Fort Worth ISD is in danger of failing the property value study conducted by the Texas Comptroller's Office. Data as of January 29th, 2025 shows Fort Worth ISD at 86.1% for your weighted mean ratio. Anything below 85.5% will be considered a failure and will result in immediate loss of funding to this district. According to the chief appraiser, the state's value ratios typically run slightly below the local level. So there's a real chance Fort Worth ISD stands to lose millions of dollars in state funding. It's through the fault of no one on this board. I realize I'm not telling this board anything it doesn't already know, but I am here to emphasize this point. At your February meeting, the board authorized a resolution requesting TAD to reappraise the property values within your boundaries. It was done under the assumption, or I would say promise, that districts found to be in danger of failing the property values would be reappraised to prevent a loss of funding. Well, we now know there will be no reappraisal of property as TAD chose not to reappraise any of the residential property. I'm not here to advocate for higher taxes, but I am here to advocate for having correct data, and the correct data would prevent the loss of millions of dollars in funding. So about the promise to reappraise. At the September 9th meeting, at the November 8th meeting, and at the December 13th meeting, there were comments made that, and this is a direct quote from Rich Diot at the December 13th meeting, "We don't want one school district to lose its funding because we screwed up." He was referring to the property value study and monitoring of the ratio. I guess so much for the promise. It now appears that several school districts are poised to lose funding due to failing the PVS. The interesting thing is, not one time did anyone on the board refute the idea that appraisals would occur if a school district was about to fail. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Kelly Moreno, followed by Donna Collins.
Hi, I'm Kelly Moreno. I'm the mother of a pre-K and a first grader in the dual language program at De Zavala Elementary. From my perspective, the leadership at De Zavala took a struggling school and turned it into an A-rated campus, an 89% minority school, and with 84% economically disadvantaged student body. I've attended the strategic master planning meetings, and I know that the district is struggling with closing the academic gap for minority students. And yet, De Zavala is doing it. You would expect great ratings from some of the nearby schools with less disadvantaged bodies, and yet we're surpassing them in ratings. And we're starting from an uneven playing field. And yet we're an A-rated campus for 3 years in a row. Building a strong culture is difficult. If it were easy, it would have been done at the other schools by now. You can't dismantle it and hope to recreate it at nearby schools. It takes so long to integrate and merge campuses, and these vulnerable students will suffer in the transition. The consultant Tracy Richter admitted our 70.64% educational adequacy score for the building isn't that bad in the meeting at Diamond Hill Jarvis. Why would we close a very successful school for a school that by HPM's own metrics isn't that bad? All three options for the Pascal pyramid involved closing De Zavala. This can't be the only option.
Thank you. Donna Collins, followed by Fantasy Reynolds.
My name is Donna Collins. I live here in Fort Worth. First, I want to address something in agenda item 9E. TASB has recommended that EF local be deleted from policies because it is covered in EFA and EFB local. This is all about books, so you guys know. It's about the book policies. There is a difference that I think is paramount. EF local allows me as a taxpayer in this district to challenge books for lack of appropriateness. By deleting EF local, challenges are restricted to school personnel and parents of students. I would like the trustees to exclude the elimination of EF local under the consent agenda and remand it for further study. Then an amendment to allow taxpayers to challenge books should be added to EFA and EFB local before EF local is deleted. To continue on the subject of books, Fort Worth Report had an article this morning about Mansfield ISD having the trustees approve books. There is a process outlined for the books to be reviewed before being submitted to the trustees, but the trustees look at them. I urge you to take a look at that article because it is worth consideration by Fort Worth ISD. They had a great grid of their approval considerations. Next, there's a good bit of money being spent on local area networks in the schools in this current agenda. This brings to mind my ongoing concern about the use of technology by students, whether it be cell phones or learning to read on iPads. This needs to stop. Let's just focus on phones tonight. There's a bill regarding limiting cell phone use during instructional time proposed in the current legislative session. That's HB 1481. It has been noted that 72% of teachers report allowing phones in the classroom is a barrier to teaching. I would like to ask Fort Worth ISB to be proactive in implementing a policy disallowing the use of cell phones during instructional time. Let's put students first and focus on positive reading materials and maximizing instruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantasy Reynolds, followed by Stephanie Thomas.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar and Board of Trustees. I'm here tonight as a parent of my 27-year-old daughter who's a product of the Fort Worth ISD and who struggled with dyslexia. She is now a speech pathologist, and I couldn't be more proud of where she is today. But way back when, in kindergarten in the Fort Worth ISD, it was really hard. She had a teacher that didn't know anything about dyslexia, and it pains me that her story is still spoken to almost every month in these meetings. So first, I want to say thank you. So many of you in the last couple of months have gone out and learned more about dyslexia and attended the dyslexia simulations. So thank you so much. I also want to thank you for taking the bold step and making literacy the #1 priority. That is the first step, but the real work now begins with this budget. And so I speak tonight and encourage you to align the budget to the literacy plan. Specifically, I want you to put money to early literacy screenings and high dosage interventions. I have a list back there of other area school districts that have academic language therapists on staff and in their special ed departments. I want you to look into that, and I'm happy to share that information with you. I want you to spend money in this budget on training our principals and, of course, the teachers. Training the principals is so central to this literacy plan. And finally, I want you to put money behind the students that you have missed struggling with their dyslexia. The time is now. Each of you are their voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stephanie Thomas will be followed by Amy Super.
Good evening. I'm a parent and concerned citizen. State, district, and federal policies have directly caused declining enrollment. The utilization approach to facilities master planning is incompatible with the needs of community schools, enrichment programs, extracurriculars, or special education programs, which all require space outside of classrooms. Rarely are closures the solution to a district's financial shortfalls. In many cases, closures actually accelerate further declines in district enrollment. Families whose local schools close often decide to send their children to charter schools or other schools close by. In some cases, closed neighborhood school buildings are even turned into charter schools. School closures are not a solution to budget deficits. They only add to transportation costs, require continued costs of maintaining empty buildings, and add costs of employing additional staff needed at consolidated schools when we continue to lose the tenured, specialized, accredited teachers who are reconsidering their career choices out of education altogether due to the turmoil within the district. Let's not break up legacy campus cultures that are thriving despite current state underfunding, where collaboration and positive work culture is happening and growing daily with out-of-the-box thinking and implementation of master planning and teaming. where despite the odds against them, students are excelling, have a sense of pride in their school, and have parents that support them. Closing schools should be a last resort, as they most often cause harm in a number of ways to students, staff, and neighboring communities, and do not actually right-size, substantially save the district financially, or have demonstrated historical positive outcomes associated with them. In fact, research shows us that in years following mass closures, enrollment rates continue to decline. Low enrollment and underutilization arguments for closures are not fully backed by research. District claims of under-enrollment and underutilization of building space may be overlooking the benefits of decades of research evidence that suggests that smaller class sizes are beneficial for children, especially for student groups that have been traditionally underserved by schools.
Thank you. Amy Super, followed by Emily King.
Hi, good night. I am speaking on consent agenda item 9E. I might have to hold this up a little closer to read. Approving the second reading to the revisions to board policy EF and others. Okay, so for the audience watching, as Donna Collins mentioned, EF addresses local instructional material recommendations, a process for challenging things, same for the library. Looking at the meetings from February, it appears you adopted the first reading for this, but EF, it's being recommended to be deleted. And to replace it, you want EFA and EFB. Well, here's my problem with EFA and EFB. Guess what's not in there? The ability of community members to have any say in challenging any materials or library books. Wow. So EFA and EFB allows community members to have input on what you put in the schools, but not what you might need to take out. I am a parent of 2 children who are the products of Fort Worth ISD. Last one graduated in 2013. Now I've got a 3-year-old grandchild coming up now. I have a vested interest in this. I live 5 minutes from this building. I've been paying property taxes that fund this school for almost 30 years. Do not try to tell me that I do not have a say in this matter. It's important, it impacts our children, and I can see each time you pulled it up, it looks like in November you tried to pull it up, got pulled. Tried again in October, got pulled. You left it alone in December and January, but here it is again. Not EFB and EFA, but EF, the one you want to get rid of. What are you getting rid of before you have something to replace it with? You can't seem to get that approved either. Do it right, pull it and yank it again tonight. Our kids deserve better than this, and community members have the right to speak and be heard. Thank you.
Emily King, followed by Marisol Herrera.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Emily King, and I have 5 students within Fort Worth ISD. Today I'm here to speak about 2 major issues. They affect each other, is transportation and dyslexia and literacy. It's been affecting my family and many others across the district. Bus delays and the complete lack of communication around them. Nearly every week this year, buses have arrived late with no warning, no text alerts, no notification, especially in the mornings. I have called, I have talked, I have asked for further information and I've come up at brick walls. While this is a major inconvenience for any family, it is particularly harmful for students with the special education services who rely on every minute of their IEP support. My daughter is dyslexic. She is working incredibly hard to catch up. Every single minute of her IEP services are vital. She cannot afford to lose time because for her, that isn't just a schedule, it's a chance for her to learn. It's her chance at equity. It's her chance to grow and become better. But when she arrives late due to transportation issues, the district does not proactively address, she loses her services she is legally entitled to. This is not a small issue. These lost minutes compound over time, and when you as a district fail to meet her needs, you widen the gap that she's already fighting so hard to close. I urge you to consider how the transportation reliability is not just a logistical issue, it's an access issue, an equity issue, a compliance issue. If you're not getting our kids to school on time, you're denying them the support that they have been promised. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker tonight, Marisol Herrera.
Good evening, Fort Worth ISD trustees, district staff members, families, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today as your Fort Worth ISD Council of PTA's president to deliver the state of the council. District-wide, our council currently has 7,241 members. This is a 5% increase from this time last year. We have 60 local PTAs, 3 of which are newly chartered for this school year. We have 18 PTAs in Area 1, 22 in Area 2, 11 in Area 3, and 8 in the schools of choice. We proudly have one of only 3 special education PTAs in the state. Our goal is to promote and share information about PTA across more areas of the district to increase equity and representation. This was the same goal I had last year. So I am happy to announce that we are proud to report of the 5 new PTAs that have been chartered since 2023, 1 is in the Dunbar Pyramid, 1 is in Odie Wyatt, and 3 are in Diamond Hill. Advocacy is a core value of our mission. This February, we participated in the Texas PTA Rally Day, and with your support, we took 20 students and 35 parents and community members to Austin to experience the legislative process. We spoke to our legislators about what is important to us in public education and advocated for more funding and support for our schools. We will also be hosting school board and mayoral candidate forums next month with questions provided by students in the district. We invite all of you to attend and look for more details coming soon in our social media. In addition to our advocacy efforts, we also led a district-wide clothing drive campaign for the Family Action Center Care Closet. So we have a lot of projects coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker, John Alvis.
Yes, my name is John Alvis. I'm a pastor as well as a dad in the area who has a kid in the schools. And before my fellow disciple and running mate Bonnie Wallace told me, I had no idea about the pornographic books and libraries. And to me, I thought for a second that Ashton Kutcher was going to come out and say, like, I got punked, and that wasn't serious. And especially as I've seen what she's done, it's pretty crazy to me. I mean, we say one nation under God twice, and then we have these kind of things going on, and it's just hard to understand. I'm sure it's like a chess match that I'm sure we can probably figure out, because to have books like that for kids to read, when she said prisoners can't even see them, I know we're like in the depraved mind stage in America, and so we got to try to figure it out together. So maybe it sounds like we got multiple problems we can fix. One is if it's hundreds of books in all these school systems, we can get them together and we can have like a Depraved Minds of America book signing event where these people come out as the authors and they get to sign them, sell them for like a upcharge, and then we can get an extra mechanic or 2 in the area, it sounds like to me. But it just sounds like there's multiple things that we could do. In God we trust, we say. One nation under God, we say. And it just gets crazier and crazier in this country when we literally, pornographic books, and she's read some of them to me. We can't say it because we have kids here, and they're able to check these books out. Like if it's some sort of a chess game you need help with, you obviously have people that want to play that, and we can help try to figure it out and maybe make our stamp in the country as people that push back against stuff that it's moronic, it's insane, it's depraved. I can't even really believe it's a subject, and I'm just thankful to Bonnie for letting me know. So anything and any support y'all need to try to figure out how to do something that seems like it should be pretty simple in getting these insane books out of the hands of kids when we can't even put them in the hands of prisoners. Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing your thoughts this evening. So next on the agenda, we move to the board committee report. Board, are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning the written report? Right, seeing none, we next will move into the superintendent report, and I will turn it over to Dr. Mulliner.
Thank you, President Martinez, and I'll first apologize for my voice, so hopefully it lasts throughout the presentation this evening. But very excited to be able to share this evening this is really our first impact of the 25-26 budget. I know the title that you'll see says instructional support redesign. However, it really is about how we're reallocating and starting our budget planning for the 25-26 school year. So I'm going to wait until we can get the presentation up on the second screen. Perfect. Thank you. When we talk about the instructional support redesign, we're talking about how we're reallocating our budget, current budget, because we do not know our revenue, any additional funding we may receive from our legislative session that will end in June. So when we're budgeting, we're looking at our current revenue that we have forecasted and projected due to our enrollment, and how can we take our current funds and reallocate specifically in the area of literacy as well as in math. On this slide, you'll see that we're very consistent about the urgency of our literacy plan, the support we need to have for our students by still continuing to build our teacher capacity. But then we also need to look at the academic return on investment. As we've been looking at our budget for 25-26 and looking at how we have allocated our past budgets, it's knowing what is working and what's that return of investment that is impacting our student growth and our student data. The instructional support redesign is really about our data. When we decided to do a reallocation of some staff members and redesign of current roles, we looked at our data. We ask our campuses each year to do a needs assessment called Campus Improvement Plan. In response, our district needs to do a needs assessment for our district improvement plan. When we look here, we're currently only 35% of our students are meeting grade level performances in reading. 26% are meeting grade level standards in math. And then when you look at our 19% in Algebra 1, which we know is a key indicator for college and career readiness. This current state of our academic performance demands that we have an urgency with how we're budgeting and reallocating our district and our staff funding towards literacy and in math. This is a chart you've seen before. However, this really does state the crisis that we're in compared to our peer-like districts, our Texas Urban Council districts, who have the same makeup, and they are considered the large urban districts that we compare ourselves to. But we also collaborate and we work with when we're looking at different policies as well as instructional delivery, resources, and school models. Here you'll see that Fort Worth, we are the green arrow, and that we are consistently well below the state, which is the blue, the darker blue area, and then only higher than San Antonio in one area in 2022. However, San Antonio and Fort Worth are now the lowest Texas urban districts currently in the 2024 school year. This is what we're looking at, and this is why we're making the changes that we're proposing this evening that our board takes action on. We look at the alignment of the instructional support redesign. Our board voted on a district strategic plan and was passed. Well, this is our first steps of implementation of that district strategic plan that really focuses on literacy. You'll see 1.1 is a district pre-K through 12 literacy plan that incorporates the best practices in closing the gaps. 1.3 is, of course, redirecting and allocating those funds towards our literacy model, and that includes with staffing, instruction, and creative time allocation that you'll see later on in this presentation as well. And then implementing a lab classroom model. And then, of course, 3.4 is our teacher incentive allotment. All of these strategies were put in place and presented to our community, presented to the board, and board approve. Now it's time as a district to put these things in action. You cannot have a district strategic plan and not put strategies in action. These strategies were already called out, named, and researched, taken to the public, received feedback, and now it's time to take action on those. Our board also adopted and passed a district student literacy resolution. And then we have started the 5-point approach of a literacy plan. You'll see 2, 3, and 5 are highlighted with resource alignment, of course, educator competency development, and then budget alignment, which is presented in this plan this evening. Our instructional support redesign, our current model, our employees, and this, I want to stress this because I met with our employees 2 weeks before spring break that are being impacted, especially our campus instructional coaches. They have done what we have asked them to do. This is not about them not doing what we have asked them to do as a district the past few years. However, we're not seeing the impact on our student achievement. So we're asking them to change what their daily job duties are. They have done exactly what was put forward to them with expectations, but it's not working for our student and it's not accelerating student growth. So this is not about the adults that you're going to be presented with the different job descriptions that we met with. We're asking them now to change how we are responding to the student data. We're asking adults to change behaviors, and we're asking our district to be bold enough to demand that we change the behaviors of how we're allocating our budget this evening. You'll see this instructional support redesign. Our current model does focus on teachers. Our campus instructional coaches have worked with our teachers. They've done planning. They've gone in and they've done some modeling. They sit in our professional learning communities. And like I said, they have asked and have done everything we've asked them to do. However, now we have also seen when we have started doing interventions and high-dose interventions on campuses, we have seen an increase in our student scores according to our middle of the year MAP data. So we will be redesigning our current resources that are sitting on campuses that are funded through the district to work with students, but then also maintain some time to work with our teachers as well. Here's just a reminder of the data that we shared at the last month at our board workshop. And this just proved to us that in just 5 weeks' time, when we started really after our second semester of being consistently working with our students 2 to 3 days a week, our students who did receive tutoring interventions 2 to 3 times a week for 30 minutes a day, we saw an increase up to 7% in literacy for English students, 1% for our Spanish students, because a lot of our support staff are not bilingual, so we have a limited amount of resources for that. And then, of course, 5% for those that were intervening with our math students, and 3% with our science. So we know working directly with our students does make an impact. And this was only 2 to 3 days a week. And this was only with 5 weeks of data support. We also know that the state is very focused on teachers, and going into our legislative session, there's many bills that focus on additional compensation for our teachers, as it should be. Our teachers are that's the main lever when it comes to how we can accelerate student growth. We also need to make sure that we are retaining and recruiting teachers into Fort Worth Independent School District. To do that, we need to make them competitive in their salaries as much as we can. Our current structure with our campus instructional coaches, as well as our content coordinators, do not give them the ability to earn additional compensation as a teacher because they're not coded as a teacher in the eyes of the state. They have a different contract. They are on a professional contract, not on a teacher contract. And they also are not working directly with students, which is the definition that is under the teacher code in the contract. So the over 120 up to 130 of our support staff who are not directly working with students would not be able to receive any additional compensation that comes out of the legislative session that is focused for teachers only. In the past, our district has been very competitive, and they've been able to give additional raises to our professional staff to make up the difference that has come out of our session, like House Bill 3, that gave all the compensation and raises to teachers. However, we are in a very different state than we were years ago. Our district cannot continue to always fund the same type of a compensation for support staff. This redesign will be able to take our current support staff that is working with our teachers, and they'll now be able to receive any additional compensation from the state, in addition to other teacher incentive allotment, and then also be eligible for compensation during the summer, after school, and on Saturdays as well. You'll see here the instructional redesign. This impacts our campus instructional coaches, our district content coaches, and our deans of instruction positions. This new role is called a demo teacher. The demo teacher is a teacher who goes back to a teacher contract, and they will work with students directly for a half of a school day, or they'll have a load that qualifies them as a teacher. And then the other half of the day, they will work still as a coach. In elementary, you'll see that we'll have one demo teacher on every single campus, even including our campuses that are non-Title I. And they will be taking students. I'll give you an example. It will be focused only for literacy for our elementary campuses. So if you have a third grade demo teacher, they will pull students during a literacy block from each of the third grade classrooms that are on that campus, and every day they will instruct those third grade students from those other third grade rooms. That also reduces the class sizes for the other third grade teachers on that campus. The demo teacher is responsible, and those students are rostered to that teacher for the growth and accelerated instruction for those students that are rostered to them. This way, those demo teachers now can receive teacher incentive allotment from the state. If they meet the growth expectations, then they qualify for the teacher incentive allotment. That's extra compensation. That's a way to retain them, but they're directly impacting our students. They also will go to a teacher salary schedule. So as I said, any additional compensation from the state that comes through, they will have the ability as well to be able to receive that compensation because they're directly working with their students in addition to that. Their hours will now be teacher hours, so they're able to tutor after school as well as on Saturdays and receive the compensation for that. Currently, those roles that we're redesigning, they are not able to receive compensation because they're on professional contracts. So they are exempt. So there's many opportunities for this position to work directly with our students, but then also earn additional compensation. You'll see in the secondary school level, as I shared with you our data on math, we need to do not only a literacy demo teacher for secondary and middle school and high school, but then also a math demo teacher as well. So secondary will receive 2 demo teachers. We're trying to balance the support in this redesign for our students as well as our teachers. But our first priority at this point has to be our students on a daily basis. We have to give them and support and make it a priority that students are being touched by every student, and then additional dollars that are given to the district through the state funding because of an enrollment of our students. So if we're using our state funding, our title funding, they should be impacting students on a daily basis. This redesign does allow that. You'll see that we'll still be doing coaching support with the demo teachers half-time in this role. So when they're not doing their literacy block in elementary, they can work with their peers, they can work with professional learning communities, or they can continue to pull additional small groups as well on that campus. So it's very important that we have that balance, but students have to be the impact. And this is how we're going to be able to measure what is the academic return of investment for the staffing allocations that we're receiving from funding from the state. How are we impacting our students at this time? When you look at the instructional redesign advantages, you'll see here on the first check mark here in green that we're reallocating supports back to the schools and back to our students directly, as well as looking at our literacy performance in elementary as well as secondary. We know we need to do a redesign in our pre-K through 12 spectrum. Our pre-K through 8 has already started. We've already started the literacy and math framework redesign on that. Our high school is our second phase. We really will be leaning into our high school secondary EOC English 1, English 2 teachers, as well as our math teachers, especially in the area of algebra in our high school, to really get their feedback in our new framework moving forward for literacy and math for secondary. You'll also see that our demonstration teachers, as I said, will be in the contents of literacy and math, where our current design is our campus instructional coaches are not designated in a certain core content. So they could currently be helping a social studies teacher, a science teacher, a math, or a literacy, but we are going to be laser focused at this point, really looking at literacy and math support for our students as well as our teachers. When we talk about academic return of investment, we currently are not able to measure how the funding we're receiving with state aid is impacting our students. When we look at our scores, it's not impacting our students. That's the reality. Our scores have been stagnant for the last couple years, and the state continues to grow, but we're not increasing our literacy and math scores. This redesign shows we're doing something different to target that. There's multiple options for our impact employees. It's very important that everyone understands that our employees were not asked to reapply. We're not asking them to reapply because they've been doing what we asked them to do the last couple years. But we are asking them to change what their current role is. So when we met with the employees, they were given the option. As I said, they do not need to reapply. They can remain as a new demonstration teacher. They have the first, what we call right of refusal. If they want to remain in the capacity as a demo teacher, then they will notify talent management by Friday, April the 25th. They can apply for other positions within Fort Worth ISD. And then, of course, we also have vacancies in our classrooms that they can go back in the classroom full-time if they do not want to do a demo teacher, as well as working with our teachers the other half of the day. So there is a place for the employees impacted that we listed, the deans of instruction, our content coordinators, as well as our campus instructional coaches. Here you'll see our position details. The location, as you see, it's not centrally based. We're putting them back on the campus, and they will report to the school principal because their work is going to be working with students over half of the day. Their calendar work days will be 202 work days. Our current teacher contract is 187 days, and then they'll have 15 extra duty days that they'll be paid a daily rate. On those extra duty days, that work would be designed with the principal as well as leading and learning to help with professional development as well as some curriculum writing. You'll see here for compensation, it's a teacher salary schedule. They get their extra duty days at their daily rate of pay. Because we're moving our instructional coaches back from a professional contract to a teacher contract, their evaluation will also be a T-test appraisal, which is the current appraisal system for our teachers. This is mandatory to be able to receive teacher incentive allotment, TIA. You must be appraised by T-test because that's our adopted evaluation for our teachers, as well as make the growth that is designated by the state. I want to share with everyone the timeline. The employee meeting and meetings with our principals took place on March 6th. And you'll see as we're going through the spring semester, April the 25th is the deadline to accept the demo teacher position, or if they choose to apply for other positions in the district or go into a teacher vacancy. So there is over a month long where we wanted to make sure they have time. Decision-making, talent management has been meeting individually with any questions. I've been emailing back and forth with some. Some have asked, what does this mean compensation-wise? Talent management has been working with them on salary quotes and what this looks like as well. Here's some other campus instructional support redesigns that are coming for the 25-26 school year. All of these new roles that you see, once again, have direct impact with students on a daily basis. They will all be working with our students to be able to accelerate academic growth. We are designing a new role called an acceleration teacher, which is really focus on doing small group tutorials in the blocks of 30 minutes or more. And this is for our Tier 2, Tier 3 interventions. We had multiple public comment this evening around high dosage tutoring. This is the role that we're talking about, high dosage tutoring. And this is at all grade levels. This is also going to be a post-it position that our campuses are able to purchase from their own Title I. But however, as a district, we are reallocating our own funds to be able to have 15 assigned to our comprehensive middle schools. 14 are going to be assigned to elementaries based on our performance. And then looking at student demographics when we're looking at our emergent bilingual and our African American students. We'll have 5 that we're keeping that will be deployed to our high school to help with our EOC testers, as well as 4 that we're doing science interventions and social studies interventions, just to make sure our retesters are on track for graduation as well. This new role, there's additional 2 roles that are in blue. An assessment data analyst and interventionist will be added to what we call a Title I menu for our campuses. So let me stop and take a minute to explain our funding sources. We have district state funding that the district receives and that we allocate out in a district systemic way. The demo teacher is an example of that we're, as a district, we're giving that to each campus in elementary. Every campus in elementary gets 1. Every secondary will get 2, a math and a literacy. Each campus also receives state Title I funds that they get to pick through their site-based decision management, their SBDM committee, how they want to buy from a menu to support their students. That is their campus needs assessment. So the principal leads those discussions with the staff as well as their site-based decision-making committee that is comprised of teachers as well as parents and community members within that school community. They are able to purchase, and we say purchase because you actually have a menu to buy from. They will be able to buy a demo teacher, a second one if they choose, or if you're in secondary, it would be a third or fourth one. They can purchase an intervention teacher as well to do small groups, or they can look at an assessment data analyst and an interventionist. We used to have what we call testing coordinators and data analysts on campuses that were taking off the menu recently. We're going to add that back on, but they also have to intervene with students on a daily basis, pulling small groups. So this is another example that any position that is being funded through state funding that impacts campuses must be working with students directly so we can measure the growth of that position. And then the other role would be the Dean of Instruction that is currently has been given to some of our campuses on secondary campuses mostly. We are redesigning that role. That is not something as a district that we will be funding. However, if a campus wants to utilize their funds to buy a Dean of Instruction from their funds, we also added in, it is mandatory that the Dean of Instruction must pull and intervene with students as an interventionist in addition to that role. Here's just examples of the acceleration teacher position. 187 workday, that aligns with a teacher work schedule. And you'll see the teacher's salary schedule, but then we also will be tying in a performance stipend that is up to $10,000. That would, if they make the student growth for the students they are working with. This is different than TIA because this position will not have students rostered to them where they're pulling from other classrooms like the demo. Their groups can change according to the data of our beginning of the year and middle of the year data, as well as our 6-week assessments that will be in place next year. So we will be putting a $10,000 performance stipend in place for acceleration teachers who meet or exceed the performance for accelerating our students. Of course, we'll be working with our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students on these campuses. Example of the data analyst and intervention positions that I shared earlier. They are also 187 work days. You'll see that elementary and middle school, they can purchase those from their Title I funding. However, once again, small group instruction is mandatory for that position as well. And then similar is your Dean of Instruction position, which is also mandatory with small group instruction and school day tutoring in the areas of math and language arts as well. And we will be tracking those students that they work with, just as we shared with you at the last month with our students who are receiving intervention tutoring. Anyone working in small groups will be entering that data so we can check the accountability and growth of those students. So there is also changes going to be happening with our organization structure to really increase our communication and expectations to from the central office to the campus, from the principal down to the classroom. You'll see now that our executive directors will be reporting directly to our current deputy superintendent, and we will be redesigning and having just a lead. And we have taken a layer that was in between there, and you saw that listed on tonight's agenda. We had 3 associate superintendents, and we will now be collapsing that level that was between the executive directors and the deputy superintendent that will be reporting directly to the deputy superintendent as well. The post-secondary success and testing coordination, you'll see there highlighted in yellow under high school. Our high schools have many more assessments than our elementary and our middle school. So we'll be redesigning to give support to our secondary principals in high school that are post-secondary and success testing coordinators that currently work with testing will be taking some of that load as well in addition to their current to be able to help our secondary principals focus on instruction in the classroom as well as our assistant principals. Our assistant principals are just as important as our principals to monitor instruction going on in the classroom on a daily basis. You'll see here our school leadership restructure that I just shared with collapsing with the executive directors reporting to the deputy superintendent will be over $600,000 that we're now able to reallocate to support back to this literacy focus and be able to not only give every campus the demo teacher in elementary, but then 2 in middle school and high school, but then also be able to create the acceleration teacher. All of this is going back to literacy as well as math. This is just an example of the post-secondary success testing specialist, and you'll see that the addition was just adding in our other state assessments as well as our local assessments. Here's an additional literacy alignment going forward. We currently only have we have executive director of literacy and humanities. That means that our executive director currently was focused on not only literacy with a pre-K through 12, but then humanities, which was brought in social studies. We are now changing that, where we will have an executive director of literacy only, and then we're hiring a director of only elementary literacy to put a focus on elementary literacy, and then a focus on secondary literacy as well. And then under them, they'll have content coordinators to help them with curriculum writing, updating our framework, but then also providing professional development. You'll see we moved dyslexia over to under literacy. Dyslexia is a literacy. And I'm not going to say it's an issue. Dyslexia is a literacy opportunity. When you have it in special education, it becomes compliance and screening and just doing paperwork. This is a literacy. We have students we have not identified. We've heard that loud and clear from our public, not just tonight, but multiple times. So we're moving dyslexia under literacy so the training can be aligned as well as the focus being on dyslexia. And then, of course, instructional technology under all of our contents. We also collapsed the position of Executive Director of Math, Science, and Professional Learning because we need directors who are just focused on math, focused on science, and then, of course, social studies, because these are requirements for our students to graduate. So when you look at the additional redesign supports that I just shared on this, the most recent, this org chart, you're looking at $3.7 million that I have reallocated to have a literacy focus as well as math on the secondary level. So that's $3.7 million we're reallocating back to literacy from just this adjustment on this org chart here. Here's the job description for the instructional technology integration, 219 work days, and you'll see that they will help in each of our content areas, but not only planning and assessment implementation, but then how are we incorporating our technology into our curriculum in coordination with each of our content areas for support. There are multiple options for our impacted employees, and all of our employees have a position. Like I said, our campus instructional coaches, our deans of instruction, and our content coordinators were not asked to reapply for positions. We're just asking them to change their roles. So you'll see here that it's just a summary of all the positions that were impacted that will now be working with our students directly, and how we have reallocated our funding. I want to reiterate that TIA eligible, they would not have been able to be TIA eligible if we did not change the job description and move them from a professional contract to a teacher contract, as well as having them work with our students. So that there is additional compensation in multiple positions as well as performance standards. Here's our big change. when you look at this change, that's over $22.7 million that we just reallocated in funding. 18.4 in instructional redesign support, where we have been focused on adults that we're now focusing on students. $625,000 in school leadership restructure, and then 3.7 in other areas on the org chart. So over 22.7, and this is just current funding that we're choosing to reallocate to focus on literacy, and then in secondary to focus on math. We do not know what our new revenue looks like yet, so I have to budget now for what we know. So this is our first step. I'm very hopeful that the state legislative session, we come out with more revenue for our students, which will go directly back to our students and to our teachers at that point. But right now, we are working with the revenue we know now, according to our projections, according to our enrollment, and so we must reallocate to literacy, and this is how we're doing it. Here's just our rationale, which I've explained throughout already through this program. Instructional support models that still supports our teachers, but has a focus on students directly, as well as reallocating our central staff back to our schools as well. This is what I was explaining earlier. There's 3 main employee categories that we fund. Our district we have our general fund, and then of course we have our grant fund. When we say grant fund, that's what I was discussing around state funding, which we call our title funding as grant funding. So we have district general fund. These are all the notification dates that are required by law because of contracts. That's why this is our first phase, because it does impact contracts. We're changing professional contracts to teacher contracts. We are, the law does require us to give notification for that, and it does take board action. So this is our first phase of our budget planning. There's more. Our district literacy plan, enhancing our phonic instruction program that will really impact our K-2 instruction, as well as dyslexia screening for the 25-26 school year. We know we have, we're mandated by the state to have high quality literacy instructional materials. However, we still need a supplement. Our current curriculum is not strong enough in phonics. We must have phonics in our K-2 space. And so we are currently reviewing different phonics programs to be able to bring back and have our board adopt for the 25-26 school year to make sure we're implementing K-2 phonics across this district, a very structured phonics program. And that also will help with early identification for dyslexia in our elementary grades as well. We're looking, of course, for programs that are teacher-friendly, that are research-based, and that we have seen results not only statewide, but nationally as well. So how does it build on what's really working? It just really reinforces our already high-quality instructional materials, but it also supports differentiated instruction when we're talking about our Tier 2 and our Tier 3 students, and what does that look like in our literacy blocks. And we need to make sure we're structured in these K-2 classrooms. We know we have many of our teachers who have not gone through maybe our reading academies, if they're new, or they're alternately certified, or we have long-term substitutes who are working on their certification. We must have a structured phonics program to help them for our students as well. The implementation plan for our phonics instruction will begin in the 25-26 school year, targeted into our K-2 classrooms. We'll have professional development as well as coaching to ensure effective rollout for that. So we're already making some plans as well as how we'll utilize our professional development days when our teachers return in August to make sure our K through 2 teachers are familiar with the program. But it'll be ongoing. This is ongoing progress monitoring. How can we expand this? And then what kind of support can we offer to our teachers? But phonics instruction will be implemented in the 25-26 school year in addition to our current literacy program. Dyslexia screening for 7th grade. We have heard our public comments that we have middle school students as well as high school students who have not been identified. So we are currently looking at screening and how we can screen definitely in our 7th grade students who are already in middle school and how we can intervene for our 7th grade dyslexia screening students. That is, of course, a part of our MTSS, which is our multi-tiered systems of supports. And it allows us to be more proactive and data-driven in how we can support our students. We know we have our MAP growth and that we look at our scores and our fluency, but we must also train our middle school campus staff and look for a middle school dyslexia program that is focused on our middle school students. Those are ones we're currently researching. And we're actually researching a elementary dyslexia program. We currently use NIHouse, but we need to see what other districts are using to accelerate their students, not only our students with dyslexia, but then also our students who are behind in grade level, because some of our dyslexia programs that are being used statewide are also good teaching practices, not just for our dyslexia students. So we're looking at our current NIHouse curriculum as well as looking for a middle school curriculum. And then you'll see more of those updated in our second phase of our budget planning, because those are also going to be reallocation of resources to literacy in step 2. Just a reminder, this is just phase 1, step 1, at how we're focusing on literacy. The dyslexia as well as the phonics, you'll see more about coming in April and May, because those will be board adopted programs that will be in our budget coming up. Middle school. Our data in our middle school is one of the lowest around the state, and you saw that in one of our first slides when we were looking at our math as well as our literacy. We have to redesign our middle school. It is not working for our students. They are continuously not performing. They're not meeting grade level expectations. So we need to look at how do we shift our middle school instructional block. We currently, you can see here, here's grade 8, 7. Of course, or grade 6, 7, and 8. This is just our middle school literacy currently. You'll look here at the state is once again in the blue, and Fort Worth ISD is in the red. If we do not shift our middle school blocks and what we do during our daily instruction, these scores will not change. I'm just going to let the data just sit there for another couple of seconds, because this will be a major shift for our middle schools, but we have to do it. We cannot look at these literacy scores any longer and not change what we need to do for instruction in our middle school. Here's our math scores. You can look at the state versus Fort Worth ISD. So we are going to be doing a strategic schedule shift. Currently, our literacy blocks are 45 minutes, and our math blocks are 45 minutes for middle school. Our students in elementary are going from a 120-minute literacy block to a 45-minute block. And we know, because we can look at our data, our students going into middle school are not even on grade level. So we're shifting them from a 120-minute block to a 45-minute block. And then we're asking them to accelerate. It's impossible. So we need to do something different. We'll be switching to a 90-minute block for middle school going into the 25-26 school year. Here you'll see an outline of what that block will look like. 40 to 45 minutes is what we call the first teach. That's where we teach the whole group, the whole literacy block, the whole math block that our teachers will instruct. The next 10 minutes, we do what we call a DOL. It's a demonstration of learning, where we check for mastery. Did the kids get it? Did they not get it? And this is what we do a lot in our elementary. Not well, because we're not accelerating our students, but we at least have the structure in place. But then there's the final 35 minutes where there's a reteach. Because in middle school, currently, there's no time to intervene if they did not get it in that 45-minute first teach. We don't even know if they got it because we don't have time to do a DOL. So now we're adding in that final 35 minutes by doing a block schedule for our middle school. Here's the rationale. I think the data is the rationale. But supporting rationale for this is we have a structured literacy and enhanced math periods already built in that are not working for our students, and not all of our students are receiving that. Majority of our students need the double block. And then we have students who are ready to accelerate. They're ready to get masters. They need to be in our honors and our APs, and we need more of the students to be able to take our honors and our AP courses in our middle schools, but we need to accelerate their instruction and give them a chance to have those courses as well going into high school to be able to receive those additional credits. We also, when we talk about advisory periods are very important because it's a great time during a double block to be able to really meet with our middle school kids, talk to them about how things are going, do goal setting, give them options about like what's coming next, what kind of career exploration do you want to do, what kind of CTE programs you're interested in, certifications as well. You know, it's really connecting. Middle school is a very, very hard age. If you've been a parent of a middle school, you know that. You don't have to be a teacher. If you've raised a middle schooler, you know that's a hard age. We have to also put time in. How do we connect with our middle school students through that advisory block as well? These are just samples and options. We will be working directly with each middle school principal and their administrative team when we redesign the middle school block schedule, because every middle school is going to look a little different. However, the non-negotiable will be double-blocked English, literacy, math as well. So here is just a little redesign samples. You'll see there's still band, there's still PE, there's still athletics in there, and you'll see the advisory as well. Here's another option when you look at B on a B block day. Then you see what it looks like when you go to a block schedule as well. I'll just reiterate, we're going to work with each campus principal. So principals will work with their scheduling with our leading and learning team, as well as our talent management team, what the staffing will need to look like to be able to support a double block middle school. Here's just our next steps. As I've already shared, we'll meet the executive directors and principals will meet moving forward to move to the middle school block schedule. We'll review those staffing projections. We may need to add staff. That's okay, because it's what our kids need. If we need to add staff to a middle school to support a block schedule, then we're going to do that. Then we will reallocate funds to make sure that we can support that block schedule. And then, of course, we'll do a board update as well in April. That will share an update on our literacy framework, our pre-K through 12 literacy framework, where we're at with our phonics program that we're looking at, where we're at with looking at our dyslexia as well, and then pretty much also show you phase 2 that supports our budget adoption of 25-26 that will focus on literacy, because there is definitely more to come. So we also are going to be supporting 15 elementary campuses in the spring semester, starting April the 28th. A lot of times we think we get to April after STAR testing, and that's the time to take the gas off the pedal. Well, that's when we really need to accelerate because our students are going into the summer. We will be working with a program called Read to Win. We have identified 15 elementary campuses that will have adult reading coaches that will be trained, that will come in and do 30-minute literacy support sessions with our first grade students. We want to make sure that last month of school that we are really engaging with those identified 15 elementary campuses that are focused on our African American students in first grade, to give them a strong push going into the summer, in addition, of course, to our summer programming. I would love for everyone who's watching this evening, and we'll be blasting this out, please come and be trained to be an adult reading coach that can help support our first grade students, not only for the month of May, but then we will be implementing and actually expanding this program going into the 25-26 school year. We will train you what to do. This is above and beyond everything as a district we're putting in place, but there's so many people out there who want to help us, and I hear you. You have been very vocal, and we're listening to you. Now I'm saying, I'm calling upon you. You're like, how can I help you? Here's how you can help me. I need you. I need you in my first grade classrooms the rest of this year and going into the next school year. I will train you. We have the program to train. It's volunteer. It's above and beyond the literacy block and above and beyond what we're going to focus on literacy. But as a city and as a community, if we say we're focused on literacy, then join me. So I hope I have this whole room packed on April 7th, where it's standing room only. We have to go in overflow. We do 2 sessions, but bring a friend. You do not have to be a teacher. I'm asking you to be a volunteer. I'm asking you to be an advocate. And more importantly, I'm asking you to be a partner for what we call a literacy crisis and what we're dealing with on a daily basis for our students and for our future of our city. Parents, I have to always close with this. Please make sure you're checking your parent portal account or sign up. Know what's going on. There's messages on there. There's assessment data. There's grades. There's attendance. There's so many resources out there. So here's just, once again, we share these links at every board meeting, and I will continue to share them as well as we continue throughout every board workshop and meeting. But this is a way to partner and engage in your child's learning as well. And at this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Molinar. Are there any comments or questions? Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Martinez, and thank you, Dr. Molinar, for this very comprehensive presentation and for your out-of-the-box thinking. Thank you for that. I did have the great pleasure, to be on several campuses today and spend the day with students and teachers in Fort Worth ISD, primarily in District 6. And I do want you to know that several deans of instruction and instructional coaches that I interacted with were very appreciative of the fact that you presented this information to them, that you shared it with them in a compassionate, thoughtful, transparent manner, that you took time with them to answer their questions. And so I would like to thank you for doing that, because our staff are valuable and every member of our staff are valuable. And so thank you for giving them the time and the respect to review this plan with them prior to it being presented to us or released to the public in any way. And not just in advance, but significant advance. That was very respectful, so thank you. Will there, just a couple of questions regarding the demo teachers. What kind of training will be available for the demo teachers to ensure that there's alignment across the district?
So when you go back to look at their days, there's 15 additional days Some of those days are at the beginning of their contract. So we'll be working with them on professional development around their own training. I really can't reiterate enough that the current campus instructional coaches and deans and content coordinators, this isn't about what they didn't do, because they did everything we asked, and these have always been considered our master teachers who became coaches. But this is also to be able to retain them, knowing that our state is going in the direction of compensating teachers above everyone else, which we need to. So this is also giving them the opportunity to be able to earn that compensation. But we will utilize those additional days and their contract, those 15 additional days, to be able to offer that training, so there's consistency amongst them.
Okay, thank you. And that was actually a request made by one of the instructional coaches that I visited with today, is to ensure that we have alignment across the district as we're rolling out this new model of student-centered. And again, very, very thankful for this student-centered approach to literacy instruction, but not only literacy and math as well, numeracy as well. On page, made all these notes and now I have to be able to read them. On page 17, it mentions the acceleration teachers. Is that going to be something on the Title I menu, or is that going to be one on every campus?
That will be on a Title I menu, but then we also are funding some district level acceleration teachers that we will deploy out, and those will be district funded to campuses, identified campuses according to our data. And we also will be exploring how we can do part-time acceleration teachers, because we know we have some fantastic retired teachers that we would love to get back into our district that may not want to work full-time, but that we can utilize in this area as well.
I would suspect that we have some teachers that are no longer perhaps raising families that would appreciate some part-time work too. I know that that worked very well for my family as I was raising young children to be working part-time in school districts, and that was a blessing for our family. So perhaps we can pull some of those teachers back in as well. On page 20, slide 20, am I reading this correctly that going forward there will only be 3 executive directors in Fort Worth ISD, or is this just an example?
No.
Okay.
So our current load for executive directors that support our campuses and supervise our principals are 12. Okay. They'll maintain the 12. Okay. However, we'll offer a stipend for one of those. We currently have 3 high school executive directors. One will be a lead. So we can just have effective communication and alignment to the expectations for the high school. They'll receive a stipend as well as one middle school and 1 elementary. This is not an additional FTE. This is just an additional stipend to be the lead under those areas, but all 12 current positions remain intact.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. On page 31, see what's on there. With our curriculum, is the curriculum that you're investigating to supplement the Amplify curriculum for the 25-26 school year, or are we trying to do something new during that school year?
So the phonics curriculum will be a supplement curriculum to any curriculum we have going forward with illiteracy, because we know we need an additional layer of the phonics. If I can take a moment to address the Blue Bonnet. Mm-hmm. So it is whenever we do a curriculum review, our teachers come together and they review all of our curriculums. Blue Bonnet is one the state funded that we receive funding for. So we are following the same process we have for all of our curriculum reviews, which does include the Blue Bonnet curriculums for literacy and math, because our state funds districts differently if a Bluebonnet curriculum is chosen. That is our decision as a recommendation to the board that has to be voted on. However, we want to make sure that we're reviewing all of our curriculums, that we're not deciding for our teacher review which ones to put in front of them for review and which ones not to put in front of them for review. They're giving us their feedback on math curriculum and literacy. There's Bluebonnet literacy and there's Bluebonnet math in those reviews.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the fact that on page 39 with the block scheduling that you will be working with principals to ensure that whatever the schedule is for next year, that it fits the needs of their learning community. So thank you for that. And then I also, I received this question. I attended a PTA meeting as well today, and we talked about literacy and the fact that additional funding needs to be shifted toward literacy. And one parent asked, compassionately so, would this affect any of our wraparound services if we are moving money into literacy, which clearly is very important? Will it affect our wraparound services?
So that will be the remaining of our budget conversations. Next week, we start what we call our budget hearings, where we pull each department and we go over how their budget and initiatives align with our district strategic plan. And then we talk about where we prioritize. Literacy will always be our main priority. There's also some funding from different wraparound services that may or may not be there next year. We don't really know yet. We all know the Department of Education funding is still up in the air. We have not gotten any specifics of that, but that's something that we need to definitely plan for as a district, because a lot of our wraparound services are matched funding as well from some of the federal programs. So those are things that we're really taking into account. We're trying to prepare, like here's option one if this happens, option two. But regardless, our district strategic plan has to drive our budget.
Oh, I completely agree.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And finally, it looks like I need to get on the horn and tell a bunch of people to be here on April 7th.
There may be a door prize or two. And I just made that up, but I'm going to make it happen now. It may be a door prize or a few.
I like it. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate this report.
Trustee Bridges.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. I don't even know where to start at. I just want to say thank you for listening, because as you were going through several of the presentations, I could visually see the face of several people who I have met with who have said, hey, this is the need that needs to be addressed, and this is how we need to address it. From the issue of the phonics, from the issue of the how we block the classrooms. I mean, it was just like page by page. I'm going to be a little transparent, and that my fear was because some of the challenges we have are so deep. It would have been easy just to start throwing some money at it, just to satisfy the public. And I'm just being honest. That was a fear I had. But the time that went into addressing a lot of concerns, from retired teachers that I've talked with to different organizations who are out here working with our kids, it was almost like it mirrored some of the things. I had a question in my head, and you answered it, was I noticed when we did the presentation before, and I think you looked at, I think it was over a 5-week period, how the small groups, how we saw that increase in that short period of time. But there is a lot of where we can see the return on investments. That's a personal frustration I've had, and I've said this publicly and everything else, that we've got to do a better job in addressing that, because that's the public perception, is that we don't really look at when it comes to return on investments. Because I'm not talking about just for investments financially, I'm talking about investment from the lives of these kids. that we serve, that if they don't get it, and I feel and see the sense of urgency of what we are doing, that I cannot say how moved I am by that, because more you are echoing the voices of what people, what I hear are saying that's out there from teachers, parents, the whole 9 yards. So I really applaud what I see, and I'm excited, and more importantly, because it's something I was going to talk about, to remind, I have made a commitment, I got to do a better job. I have to up my game because the lives of our kids are on the line. And the appeal that all 9 of us on this board, me asking folks to come out, make sure you go to the school, make sure you sign up to volunteer. It is such those simple things, and I think there are so many retired teachers out there who want to do it, but they want to make sure that what we're doing is effective. And this is so detailed in how that's done. And I'm doing my own personal appeal as well, because the needs are so great. But I think we all need to echo that same appeal that you're doing. So I salute you. Thank you very, very much.
Trustee Dr. Camille Rodriguez.
Thank you, Trustee President Roxanne Martinez. Okay, I have a few questions. You said about the teacher salary schedule and I guess the contract, and that Mr. Bailey was going to give the affected individuals how that is going to affect their position. Okay, will that be given to these individuals in plenty of time before the April 25th deadline so they can make an informed decision?
Yeah, he's already been meeting with them as well. Now, you have to remember, right now, what we're doing as well, and I'm using this as an example, a current campus instructional coach that was a teacher for 10 years and a coach for 5 years. Well, they'll go back on a teacher salary schedule, but we're honoring their coaching years as a teacher to put them on a 15-year teacher salary schedule. So their years of service as a campus instructional coach, a content coordinator, a dean of instruction will be used to put them on that salary schedule. And then what we do is we look at the current one to give them the quote. And then I'm speaking for you, Chief Bailey. And then he finds the daily rate of pay for that particular employee, times it by 15 at that time. Teacher incentive allotment, you have to qualify for that. And that's a lag period of time as well. But then this way, whatever compensation raise the state gives our teachers, which we know is coming, they're going to do it, which this is one of the reasons why this is why we need to do this now and not after the legislative session, so we can go ahead and code these employees in the system as a teacher. They'll get that, and then whatever our kind board decides in a compensation raise as well for employees, they would get that as well on top of it for next year.
Okay. And on page 12, the instructional support redesign for academic return on investment, the campus instructional coach, district content coach, and dean of instruction, when did we start using that design? Or how long has this been?
Campus instructional coaches have been utilized, it's been in the district for years, but they've been utilized different, where sometimes they would co-teach with one grade level, they would model. Recently, the last few years, they become where they're not just literacy or a content coach. It was just more around professional learning communities, but not necessarily around a content. And that's why we have some great campus instructional coaches that were social studies teachers that became instructional coaches as well. Deans of instruction, that was just put in place last year. And then district content coach has evolved, where they've been coordinators and coaches. But that's been in place for a few years.
Okay. And on page 14, the demonstration teacher option, Will this position be open to everybody, or is it just to the internal?
So what we're doing first is that's why we asked for the deadline of April the 25th, because we wanted to do what we said, the first right of refusal for those 3 current positions that we just discussed, for the campus instructional coach, the content coordinators, and the deans to go into those roles. And then when we look at how many vacancies we have, then we'll open it up to other district personnel to be able to apply for it. But we first want to make sure that the current staff that are in those 3 groups have the first right of refusal, because like I want to reiterate again, they have done what we've asked them to do. So we did not want to do a full reapply. They've been through that, so we really wanted to respect them with that.
Yeah, what if there's multiple people wanting these positions on the campuses? So how do we?
So we are coming, working through a process that how they'll be assigned to a campus. We'll have principal input, as well as input with leading and learning to make sure that it's the right fit for the campus as well. We will have enough spots at this time. We've already had some who have given notification. We have some who are retiring, some who are already resigning, and some will want to be acceleration teacher instead. I mean, there'll be all different opportunities. We have a turnover, and we have current vacancies anyway in the campus instructional coach fields.
Okay, and the acceleration teacher would be about the same?
Yeah, acceleration teacher. Now that one will be posted, and actually we have job descriptions ready. You'll see postings start this week, being posted for the demo teacher as well as the instructional coach, the intervention teachers. But the intervention will be open to anyone who wants to apply within the district.
Within the district?
Yes, and then external as well. Yes.
Okay, will the internal employees be given priority, or is it just going to be on?
For the intervention, we'll open it up to anyone.
Okay. And on page 28, okay, so for complete transparency and accountability, how soon do you anticipate seeing results on this program change?
Well, in five weeks with 2 to 3 sessions, but not everyone participating, we saw middle of the year increase. So we do anticipate we'll see, scores go up. We're going to see the change in the students that are identifying, working directly with those students. We're going to we'll be able to pull those students out, their data out, with anybody and everyone that works directly with kids, and we're going to be transparent and bring it to the board and show every time we have a data set, we're going to show it, we're going to celebrate it. This is about a celebration. We're going to be happy about the gains we're seeing in there.
Okay, and so in year 1, we should see what is the anticipated, like 5%, 2%?
Well, I think it depends on the tool you use. If you use MAP, we saw that percentage gain, but it also depends on where that student's growth is, because we're looking at growth. We're not looking at achievement, 2 different things.
Yes, okay. And how are you evaluating the implementation and the success of
That's
this,
the best part,
especially
because
the phonics?
yeah, because for the phonics part.
No, for everything.
For
but then
everything?
the phonics.
Yeah, and I can bring back an evaluation tool for each part, but student data is going to be the main evaluation tool, and that's why when you look at the demo teachers, they'll have students assigned to them. So we're going to be able to pull that out, was it successful or not. The intervention teachers will have specific students that we'll track, like we're doing right now with our interventions that our staff is currently still continuing right now, that we were able to show you in February those gains. So we're going to be able to check the monitoring for all that.
Like, and how long do you think it'll take to be fully implemented? And will there be an implementation drop or any of that?
First day school, the kids are there, that's when we're pulling kids.
Perfect.
Day one.
Great. And on page 40, on the block schedules, or 40 or 41, I've had some teachers from the middle schools say how does the block system, they're having issues with it, like there's 5 days a week, and there's block A, sample day A and B.
Yeah.
So 5 day, how does that go? And then also for holidays or?
Yeah, so that's, so I'm gonna go back, I don't even like to say the C word, COVID, but I'm gonna go back to our COVID days when we were bringing students back in cohorts. We had to get very specific with the campuses of what it looked like when we were bringing them back and what that schedule looked like. And when you do block schedule, you have to do that. You can't just say A, B day for every week because some holidays fall on a Monday. Some fall on a Friday. So that's when we'll do campus-created calendars for those A-B days. One of our land schools, Forest Oak, uses block schedule, and I was looking at their Instagram page, and it said, like, kids came back today, and yesterday they posted, can't wait to see you, something. Tomorrow it's going to be a B beautiful day because it's their B block day. So there's different ways, but it's going to be very campus specific to their A-B schedule day.
Okay.
But the calendar, and then the communication to the parents. What does the A day look like? What does a B day look like?
Yeah, because the complaint was they lose instruction on.
Yeah, if I'm be honest, if you don't have a leader who says like, there's 4 holidays that fall on a Monday, we got to switch it up. But that's what leadership's about. So
Okay.
we'll help them with that.
And we'll help push them along on, do you realize there's?
We're going to hug them tight and we're going to do it.
All right, and is this presentation based on any research or?
Yes. Data, when we looked at block scheduling, especially for middle school, we looked at the other urban districts that we compare to within the state, as well as some of the national models. That was our most important one. And, we had to make a decision. Do we wait a year? Our kids can't wait a year. We got to go for it. Pull the Band-Aid. It's going to, some of our teachers, it's going to be different for them. And we got to support them and help them through it. And our principals and our assistant principals, how do we train them on what a block schedule looks like? And in April, we're going to bring you a preview of our literacy framework and what the changes look like for elementary and middle. And you'll see how it aligns to be able to give teachers more specific expectations to be able to do a block schedule. We've done block schedule before. We weren't successful because we didn't change our curriculum and our expectations to match the block schedule. We just were like, hey, here's an extra 45 minutes. And that's hard for a teacher to plan another 45-minute lesson.
Yeah.
They were planning 2 lessons for one day, which defeated the purpose of the block schedule.
Yeah, and this entire instructional support redesign, is that based in research?
Yes.
Also?
If there's anything you need additional research to show, we're happy to provide that.
Okay, and this is your recommendation going
This is
forward?
definitely, this is my recommendation. I have a team of people out there recommendation. Yes.
Okay, that's what I needed to
And
hear.
I'll be evaluated on my recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Trustee Arellano Witness.
Thank you, President Martinez. Thank you for this report. I have a few questions. If we go back to page 8 of this PowerPoint. So what are we doing to get more bilingual support staff, since there was only 1% gain for reading in Spanish, as we see 7, 1, 5, and 3. And you mentioned there was not enough bilingual support. So what are we doing differently between now and the end of the year and going forward to have more bilingual support?
So our bilingual support personnel. So here's a difference. Our instructional campus coaches, when you leave a classroom as a bilingual teacher, you leave your stipend many times as well. So when we look at how many of our teachers want to leave a classroom, we don't have that many instructional coaches that are bilingual because they do leave a lot of compensation back in the classroom. Since our instructional coaches will be on a teacher contract, they'll also, if they're bilingual, will be able to receive. And if they're rostered to bilingual students for the demo teacher role, they'll be able to receive the bilingual stipend in addition to as well. So that's going to be one way that we're going to be able to utilize those demo teachers to be able to work with our bilingual students. We also have already started working with our literacy department and our bilingual department, looking at their framework for literacy in addition to that. This isn't about intervening, only intervening. This is also about looking at how our emergent bilingual curriculum is aligned and is being supported through a dual language model. And we right now have many different models. We have a one-way, we have a two-way, we have some campuses that are utilizing older models, some who have implemented some newer. So we're going to be very streamlined and aligned with what does our bilingual model at Fort Worth ISD look like. And that's being written into our literacy framework. That literacy framework is just not about English-speaking students only. It's also for our dual language as well.
Thank you. On page 23.
23?
Yes, 23. Right now, dyslexia is under what department, or under what, department, dyslexia? Is it under a special ed?
Currently, dyslexia is under our special education department. It is considered a special education code, dyslexia, but it's a code. All of our students are still receiving literacy instruction throughout this district. Every single special education student deserves literacy instruction at the highest level. When you have dyslexia, which is a literacy learning disability, it needs to be part of literacy. And the programming is not about compliance of if they're receiving the minutes, but how are they doing, and are they receiving the right instruction with the right materials as well.
Do we lose money? Do we lose funding if
No.
we move them out of special ed?
No. It doesn't matter where it lives. It's how the student is coded. But we checked and we talked with TEA before we made this decision, and there's actually other districts who also have kept it under literacy. And it used to be under literacy years ago, and then we moved it to special education. However, we know we're missing students in that identification process as well, so we're pushing it back to literacy.
How many teachers do we need to identify dyslexia students?
Well, it's going to depend on what our screening looks like for our middle school, and then what program we choose to utilize as well, because different districts use different programs, because dyslexia has different program where it can be where you start a program, you finish it, and then you're on a monitoring status. And different programs that districts adopt have a different timeline. So we know we're utilizing NIHouse right now. However, there are other programs that we see other districts making a lot faster gains for their students that we want to take this time to look at, because it has shown acceleration in their literacy growth.
Thank you. And right now, do we have any programs for phonics besides?
Our current program has a phonics piece to it, but it's not an explicit where it's just a different phonics program that has the screening and the instructional materials. It's right now embedded into our literacy. MJ, is that correct? Okay. Yeah, it's currently amplified, but it's not a just specific phonics part. And most districts who we see the growth when we talk about research-based and looking at other districts, they have purchased an additional phonics program to enhance the literacy block.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Kevin Lynch.
Thank you. I know that this took a lot of work, and there's a lot of moving parts, and a lot to consume. Couple questions. So every campus will have a demo teacher, correct?
Every elementary campus will have a literacy demo teacher, even if they're not a Title I. We do have Overton Park, we have Tanglewood, and we have Alice Carlson. We are looking at our schools of choice. We have not made final decisions on demo teachers for them because a lot of them use a different curriculum to be able to measure that academic return of investment. They have like applied learning utilizes their curriculum in a different scope and sequence. But all of our traditional elementary schools, you'll see a literacy demo teacher, even if they're non-Title I funding. We're going to have to find that funding from our general to support it. And then when you look at our middle school and our high school, they'll receive the math and literacy demo teacher.
Okay, so there will be a math and a literacy on each campus?
For middle school and high school.
Okay, all right. And then, can you speak to the acceleration teachers? I would imagine some are math-based and some are literacy or,
Our focus, of course, will be on literacy first. However, when we're looking at our middle school acceleration teachers, there will be some that are placed in the math area, especially around the middle school, and I believe that's in the PowerPoint here.
16.
Yeah, 16 assigned to each comprehensive middle school. We're going to use our data according to the school's data to see where that acceleration needs to take place. But then also, if we find teachers that can do both subject areas, these groups are a lot more flexible than the demo teachers because the demo teachers have to be tied to a student roster to receive TIA eligibility. However, the acceleration teachers will receive the performance stipend if they're tied to certain groups. So there could be that we find an acceleration teacher who could do both a small group in reading and small group in math. So those will really be campus-based when we look at their data and what that campus needs.
Okay, all right. And, I think the ask I have is sometimes when you have overlap of implementing multiple things, being thoughtful about how we measure which things are moving the needle and which ones aren't. The last thing, and this is just more out of curiosity, we're talking about what parents need to know. And as a curious parent, how does a parent know if their kid's been screened for dyslexia, if their kid's in the district today?
So if they've been screened and are receiving services, they go through an ARD because it is a special education identification. And then we have a universal screener that we look at with our MAP data. And then if we see that screening where it looks like, you could say it's like an alert, an early warning system. And then, of course, to do further assessments, we have to contact that parent and involve them in that.
Okay, thank you. Awesome.
Dr. Rodriguez, you had another question?
Yeah, just a quick question. How many employees are in fact affected with this redesign?
With the entire redesign,
Yes.
165. Yeah, I can get you an exact number because we do have some vacancies in positions. So some of the positions that are currently listed, they're not all filled, and we've intentionally haven't filled those the second semester, knowing that going into budget, we may want to do something differently. We didn't want to put someone in those positions if we were going to redesign.
And that's about the number of teacher vacancies we generally have, correct?
Is it the same number?
165, it's close.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Not
Okay.
always in the same areas, but definitely close. Special education, I sent a resume to Chief Bailey last night I got for a special ed teacher wanting to come into our district, and I said, someone will call you tomorrow. So we still have those high need areas of special education and bilingual that we're trying to fill.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right. The time is 8:44 p.m. The date is Tuesday, March 25th. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, next up, we're moving on to board or superintendent comments, announcements, or activities. Trustees, are there any comments or announcements? Trustee Lynch?
I just have a couple comments, and these are more kind of food for thought, I think, for us as a board collectively. I can't help but look at middle schools, and having one myself right now, and one of the things that we tend to see most kids walking around with is phones. And so as a board and policy, I think something we need to look at and consider to try to potentially help put our teachers in a place of success. And then the other thing, there was a lot of talk about transportation, and I just want to make sure that everybody's aware, as a large district, we're one of the few that any choice school or choice program, you could live on the very west side of Fort Worth and travel to the east side. We provide transportation to every one of those kids, and it's a very challenging thing. And I'm not saying one is right or wrong, but something that I think we need to look at as we look at not having enough mechanics to take care of buses, and the number of kids that we're taking a bus with one or two kids across town. So just some thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you. I would like to read a statement from the 2024-2025 Northside High School cheer team. Disrespected, disappointed, embarrassed, unsettled. These are just a few words that describe our feelings after the abuse that occurred from us cheering on September 13th, 2024. It's been 6 months after being called racist words and sexist remarks, and we're just now getting what you call closure. For us, there is no closure. Nothing has been fixed. No one has been held accountable, and we still don't feel heard. This traumatic situation still haunts us till this day. This abuse did happen, and although nothing will erase it, this is what we want to happen next. At the very least, we would like an apology from all Fort Worth ISD staff that were there that night, because as stated in the investigation, we were bullied. And there were unapproved political items, none of which should have happened. We want 22 separate complaints on file against Arlington Heights for racism, sexism, and bullying. One for each team member abused that night. We want our statement to be read and recorded at the next board meeting. We want policies against this kind of treatment in place, enforced and clearly available for anyone to report. Racism is never something anyone should simply get used to or move on from. It is hurtful, unacceptable, and does not belong in any community. We will continue to stand up against it and support one another, as we deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. We won't let anyone diminish our worth or silence our voices. And as adults, this is my statement. We know that life is hard. We will continue to protect and support our students to the best of our ability. They deserve our best, and I remain so very proud of them in the face of this incident. May all our next generation continue to express our wildest dreams. Thank you.
Do you mind, Trustee Dar, if I jump in?
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead.
So I was with Dr. Rodriguez when we met with the Northside cheerleaders, and I just want to tell the public what I told them that day, that as a district, we should have come forward and just acknowledge what happened that evening to them and just make sure they knew we heard their voice and that we believe them. They were told on social media they were lying, that they weren't telling the truth, and we do not believe that. You know, something was said to them for all 22 students to go to their coaches immediately and make an outcry, and it should have been acknowledged right then and there at the school, but then more importantly, from Fort Worth ISD staff, so they never felt like that Fort Worth ISD, their home, their family, their school, their district, did not believe in them. And so I publicly am apologizing to those 22 students that they felt that way and that we did not stand up and just acknowledge that people were saying they were not telling the truth. And that's a lot for our high school females to go through that evening and then not to feel supported by a district that promotes and celebrates diversity across our city.
Thank you. Trustee Dar.
Yes, thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier today, I had the opportunity to visit 5 campuses in District 6. I would like to, and I specifically asked the principals before I came, I said, you know, I want to see literacy in action. I want to see what's going on the campuses. And so we were looking for listening, speaking, reading, writing, and thinking, and examples of that. So I want to say thank you to Bruce Schulke Elementary, Westcliff Elementary, Hazel Harvey Peace Elementary, South Hills High School, Southwest High School for welcoming me onto their campus. But I also want to say thank you to the Pasco High School PTA for allowing me to come and spend some time with you as well. This was our first day back. Probably not the best day for a board member to visit a campus, but it was the first day back from spring break for our students. And they came to school ready to learn, and they did not miss a beat. I've been around education for a long time, and I know what a dog and pony show looks like, and that's not what I saw today. I saw kids who were actively invested in their learning, and they knew the routines, they knew the procedures, they knew what they were doing, and they knew the activities they were participating in and why they were doing those. I was able to watch first graders who were writing about reading, and they were using text evidence and citing the page number when they were doing that, first graders. Fifth grade student council members, they were preparing to give tours to incoming kindergartners and their parents. I saw fourth graders learning 3 new vocabulary words: suspicion, engagement, and assurance, to prepare to read a chapter in their class novel. I saw fifth graders practicing their typing. Let me start that one again. I saw fifth graders practicing typing written responses, since they'll be expected to do that on the actual STAR test in April. I saw kindergarten students practicing phonics by blending and segmenting letters. When asked, what is a TH, a kindergartner proudly responded, a digraph. Kindergartner. I read a book to bilingual pre-K students who are learning about gardens. I witnessed parents volunteering their valuable time as members of the PTA. They were paying attention to what's happening on and off campus, and they were asking really great questions. And I engaged in robust, insightful, productive conversations and took a deep dive into data with teachers and staff during PLCs and planning meetings that focus specifically on literacy, curriculum, professional development, technology, and most importantly, their passion for student success. And I would like to personally, or I got to personally thank the Teachers of the Year on several of the campuses. Every time on campus, I am reminded of how critically important it is that we invest in children and youth, not just financially, but also with our time. So I am excited about the Read to Learn initiative. Is it Read to Learn or Read to Win? Sorry, I said that as soon as it came to my mouth. I was like, that doesn't sound right. The Read to Win initiative that we all, as a community, have an opportunity to participate in and to invest in children, because it is the most important investment that we can make as a community. So thank you again to those campuses and for allowing me to have a really wonderful day visiting.
Any additional comments? Okay, seeing none, the time is 8:54 PM. The date is Tuesday, March 25th, 2025. We'll now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you home. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you home. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:33 PM with the quorum present, recessed open session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 10:59 PM with a quorum present. We are up to consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we've been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action agenda items. Are there any questions or comments at this time specific to the consent agenda items? Dr. Ryan?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to pull on number E, just EF local.
Okay, pull EF local from item E. Any others? All right. Seeing, hearing none. Do I have a motion accepting consent agenda minus EF local from item E? Okay, trustee Llewellyn, do I have a second? Second, trustee Phillips, please move to voting. Oh, sorry, is there any discussion? Seeing, hearing none, please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. All right, we're moving on to action items. We don't have any personnel appointments. We'll move to 10C. Consideration and possible action to approve a resolution declaring a reduction in force due to a program change and identifying the employment areas to be affected under board policy DFFB local. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Dr. Ryan, do we have any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please move to voting. Eight zero, motion passes. The next item is 10D, consideration and possible action regarding local district policies AEA, BQA, BQB, EH, and EMI to ensure compliance with the February 14th, 2025 Dear Colleague letter. Do I have a motion? All right, seeing, hearing none, moving forward. 10E.
Wait, I wanted to,
Oh, sorry, did you have a motion?
yes, I did want to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to pause local district policies AEA, BQA, BQB, EH, and EMI, and refer these to the policy committee for review.
Okay. Do I have a second? Trustee Dar, second. Any discussion? Trustee Phillips?
Yeah, I don't believe we need any motion necessary to have a policy committee review the policies. So can we just have them remanded to the policy committee for further review? Or do we have to go with that language of the motion?
So you're not required legally to make a motion. However, a motion has been made by a trustee and seconded. And so at this point, unless there's an alternate motion, then there would need to be a vote. Unless the trustee who made the motion pulls the motion. Does that make sense, Trustee Phillips?
It makes sense. And so if the motion fails in vote, it can still be recommended to go before the policy committee at that point.
Yes, sir, because it's not legally required to have board action for a policy to be reviewed by the policy committee.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay. Please move to voting. So motion 4-4. Motion fails. Next item, 10E. Approve resolution adopting early voting times, dates, and locations, and election day polling locations for the May 3rd, 2025 general election. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Ryan? Any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. Next item is 10F. Approve order declaring unopposed candidates elected to single-member District 4 and single-member District 8. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. Let's see. We do not need 10G. Don't have any employees, so we will skip to, next item is 10M. Approve TEA Corrective Action Plan Agreement, TEA complaint number SRDR 2024-0204 and SRDR 2024-0710. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. The next item is 10N, approve increase to previously approved architectural services, engineering services, and professional services amount for W.A. Meacham Middle School in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Bridges, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. We are at 10O, approve kitchen equipment parts, repair, preventive maintenance service. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. 10P, approve renaming Success High School to Como Success Academy. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. 10Q, approve contract for network electronic equipment for high schools utilizing the program contingency funds in conjunction with the 2017 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Phillips, do I have a second? Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. We are at 10R. Approve authorization to negotiate and enter into a lease agreement, 3 years, for devices for district staff. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. 10S, approve contract for network electronic equipment for elementary schools. Do I have a motion? Trustee Bridges, second. Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Dr. Rodriguez?
On S, is there a guarantee that we're going to get these grants?
The approval.
Okay. And is this a do not exceed amount, or is this?
This is the total cost is going to be the 13 million.
Okay, so it won't go
Yeah.
over that. Okay.
But
And
we are going to be only paying 15% of that.
yes. And do you know, you may not know this, what is the hourly rate of the technicians performing this work?
I don't know, but I can find that out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? Seeing and hearing none, move to voting. Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. 10T, approve fleet management service agreement. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Trustee Dr. Rodriguez, any discussion? Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, no, I just want to say I appreciate Fort Worth ISD employees that showed up today to kind of share their opinions and kind of the history behind things. We have to make sure that we get kids to school to learn, and I think these are some necessary measures that we have to take, so I appreciate it.
Any other questions or discussion? Please move to voting. Seven one, motion passes. And with that, right before we adjourn, I'd like to congratulate Diamond Hill Jarvis boys soccer on advancing into the playoffs. Does anyone have any results on Benbrook boys or girls?
Benbrook girls also won, so we want to congratulate them. And let me just check. Yeah, Benbrook girls, and we're waiting on Benbrook boys and South Hills as well.
Great, we'll post those. Thank you. The time is 11:11 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.